Chapter 601 Gaining the God and Devil World's 18th Novice Village. Chapter 601 Gaining the God and Devil World's 18th Novice Village. Zhong was also helpless and could only take out a set of clothing from his storage ring and helped the little lowly dress. He had just helped her to put on the clothes when she lightly pulled at them and ripped them apart. Zhong's face grimaced in helplessness under the sea mask and tried to coax her as though he was speaking to a kid. Wear your clothes. Wear your clothes? I'll be nice. Wear CLO. Fess. Nice. The little silver-haired lowly immediately picked up on that little bit of Chinese and allowed Zhong to dress her again. Once she put them on, she pounced into his embrace again, giggling adorably. Zhong ruffled her hair and said, "Since you have a head of pretty silver hair, I'll call you Shuang, Silver Frost." Shuang seemed to understand, as she repeated her name slowly. Shuang. Zhong had chanced upon this strange biological life form from the corpse of the mutant infected womb, and he carried Shuang as they got on Greenie's back before shooting for the skies. The 8 Thunder Fighters in the sky had landed at the forefront of the battle. While their rockets and guided missiles had been spent, they had more back at base. As the battle drew to a close, the ground was strewn with corpses everywhere. Huyi's 1st Regiment had fought hard to slaughter the zombies. After an intense battle that lasted for 2 days, over 1 million zombies had been obliterated by Zhong's army. An army that had the support of enough ammunition and logistics was truly powerful, and not something ordinary zombies could hope to withstand. The Z-Type within Ningxi City saw that the situation could not be salvaged and hurried to bring the remaining 800,000 as they fled. That was when the armored troops of Zhong burst out. They had been waiting patiently to catch those fleeing zombies. They chased after the horde in a frenzy, slaughtering as many as they could, which reached a total of over 300,000 zombies. By then, only the higher-level evolved zombies had managed to flee together with the Z-Type. Congratulations on conquering Ningxi City and gaining the title Ningxi City Conqueror. The title grants +2 in all attributes, and the title cannot be earned again. Effects of titles can stack. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City and have gained 3 levels, gaining 6 points of attributes to be allocated. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City. You have gained 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City. You have gained a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City. You have gained an additional skill point to be allocated. When Zhong's troops had chased out the rest of the zombies, or killed the scattered remaining ones, the notifications rang out in his mind one after another. Zhong utilized 2 skill points to enhance his 2nd Order Devil Flame, as the points turned into a bright light in his sea of consciousness, transforming the runes of the Devil Flame. An additional character appeared, and it propelled the might of his Devil Flame yet again. After conquering Ningxi City, Zhong entered the Novice Village on his own. Congratulations on conquering the Novice Village. You have gained the title of Controller of God and Devil World's 18th Village. Having gained this 18th Village, you have obtained the following information. First, about 2 years, 10 months, and 13 days from now, the 2nd round will begin. Second, the experience portal will open in 1 year and 10 months from now. You will have to gain control over the whole of China to obtain a ticket for the portal. Third, every city's novice village possesses a unique power. Please work hard to obtain the rest of the villages. A number of notifications sounded out in his mind, causing his mood to sink. Zhong frowned deeply as he felt a rising pressure within his heart. The 2nd round? What is it? Damn bastard, it definitely isn't something good. It was apparent that the current mutant beasts, evolved zombies, the Sea Clan, and all the strange intelligent beings were just the beginning. Zhong could barely handle a 1,000,000-strong zombie horde, and each time he launched an assault, he would expend a great amount of resources and suffer some casualties. If there were more strange monsters that were even more difficult to handle, he was afraid to imagine what the consequences would be. The experience portal will open in 1 year and 10 months, which means I need to conquer the capital of China by then. How is that possible? The capital was one of the densest populated place in China, considering China's population. It had over dozens of million people. That was to say, if Zhong wanted to conquer the capital, he had to face dozens of million zombies. Right now, even 2 million zombies were enough to cause him to be exhausted, as well as cost him his reserves. There was simply no way he could take on a dozen million zombies right now. Zhong shook his head, putting the stress to the back of his mind as he walked into the 18th village of the God and Devil world. He immediately walked up to the temple of the occupation of the Dark Knight. Within the temple, a Dark Knight stood there quietly, emitting a quiet but powerful pressure. Zhong could feel the suppressing aura and knew he was far from being a match for this Dark Knight. Your Excellency, I'm Dark Knight Zhong. I hope to purchase some class-related skill books. The Dark Knight pointed with his finger, and a number of projections appeared in midair, displaying different skills. Zhong took a look and noticed that the prices had risen to more than 10 times compared to the time he entered the other village. A single level 2 skill required 10,000 survivor coins, while a level 3 skill required 100,000 survivor coins. Here, there were also level 4 skills that were for sale, each of them going for at least 1 million survivor coins. Level 5 skills needed 10 million, and level 6 skills went for 100 million. As the leader of 1 million people, Zhong had collected a large amount of survivor coins, and yet he only had 14 million survivor coins. It would at most be enough to purchase a level 5 skill and 4 level 4 skills. He glanced through them. The level 5 and 6 skills were enough to cause him to salivate with longing, but after some hesitation, he decided to only buy 1 level 4 skill. Level 4 skill, low-level Dark Do Qi, allows user to store Dark Do Qi within the body, using it to enhance combat strength. This skill is necessary to evolve it to a mid-level Dark Do Qi by enhancing the low-level Dark Do Qi 3 times. User can enhance the skill through training or by using skill points. Each enhancement requires 2 skill points. The moment Zhong purchased the skill, he immediately learned it as a dark light shone around him, and the runes of the Dark Do Qi skill condensed in his sea of consciousness. When the runes formed, a bunch of information filled his mind, allowing him to gain the cultivation technique of the Dark Do Qi and how to use the Qi itself. His pupils constricting, he activated the Dark Do Qi, and his energy surged as wisps of dark energy flowed out of his body, strengthening him, boosting his combat power by a huge margin for a short period of time. With a flash of his body, he immediately transformed into a shadow and disappeared. Without the use of his shadow steps, his speed had already reached 27 times that of a person. If he coupled it with the shadow steps, then his speed would truly reach the sound barrier. He came to a stop and admired the strength flowing through his body, nodding in satisfaction. Great, great. This Dark Do Qi is truly marvelous. With this skill, my strength and survivability have increased another notch. After purchasing this low-level Dark Do Qi skill, he did not continue his purchase of other skills. Instead, he went over to the equipment enhancing shop and handed 4 evolution stones, 10,000 survivor coins, as well as his level 4 Falcon sniper rifle over to the merchant. To upgrade a level 3 equipment to a level 4 one, it required 1 evolution stone. Level 4 to level 5 required 4 stones. Level 5 to level 6 required 16 stones, and it stacked on that way. At the same time, by upgrading an equipment from its level 5 to level 6 state, there was a chance of failure. With a bright flash of light, the level 4 Falcon sniper was upgraded to a sleek, black 25mm sniper cannon with many runes all over it. Level 5 treasure, Falcon 2 type sniper cannon. Its effective range is 4 kilometers, and its rounds include armor-piercing, explosive, incendiary, and sonic boom. Every day, it will automatically generate 1 bullet. The benefits of being a leader of a large faction had finally revealed themselves. He had over 200 of those amazing evolution stones, and he decided to upgrade all the equipment he used constantly to their level 5 stage. Level 5 Black Tooth Blade, extremely sharp blade. It can slice apart system equipment of level 4 and below. Level 5 Treasure, Stinger 3, 25mm hand cannon, automatically generates 6 bullets every day. Level 5 Treasure, Crocodile Tooth Saw Blade. After upgrading these equipment to their level 5 stage, he didn't take on risks and instead went over to the medicine shop. Inside the shop, Zhong bought 2 level 6 Formula GS. Currently, a single vial of Formula G was selling for 500,000 survivor coins, 10 times more expensive than when Zhong had initially came across the Novice village. By purchasing 2, he had spent 1 million survivor coins at one go. However, it was worth it, as other than the Formula G, there was no other medicine that could heal a wound from a zombie. Even an evolver would turn into a zombie if scratched by one, and there was no other known cure. 2 Formula GS were equivalent to 2 lives. Zhong had no choice but to get them. After leaving the medicine shop, Zhong came to the Enhancing Temple. In front of it, one could use 1,000 survivor coins to enhance an attribute. However, each person could at most enhance their attributes 20 times maximum. As for Zhong, who controlled the 18th village, he could enhance a maximum of 40 times. He swiftly enhanced his agility 39 times, reaching 256 in total. Many agility-based evolvers would not even close to such a terrifying figure. Chapter 602, Evolving Temple. Chapter 602, Evolving Temple. After enhancing his attributes, Zhong then came to the temple he was unable to enter the previous time. Inside the temple, there was a diamond-shaped crystal floating in mid-air, with countless runes covering it. Congratulations on gaining the 18th village. As the controller, you have authority over the following. First, change the name of the 18th village. Second, allow the village to appear in the world, giving others a clear sight of it. Third, establish the defense mechanism of the village, with you providing the energy for the defense. Fourth, send the village into the dimension gap, allowing it to shuttle through dimensions. Requirement of a single type, 5 nuclei. Fifth, expand the 18th village. Requirement of a single type, 5 nuclei. Please take note, should the central temple be taken over by any enemy, then the control over the 18th village will change hands. The method of assault will be transmitted to you, and the enemy would have to occupy the central temple for at least 24 hours. A beam of light shot from the crystal in between Zhong's brows, as he was filled with a mass of information. Zhong considered for a moment before saying, change the name to Evolving Temple. Allow the temple to materialize in this world. Yes, within Ningxi City, a bright light radiated as a number of structures appear out of thin air. The entire grounds that had been leveled due to the multiple bombardment began to reform under a mysterious light. Soon the village materialized. Zhong gained control over the central temple before moving towards the Bloodline Temple. Within the Bloodline Temple, there were various carvings of werewolves, vampires, mermaids, forest rangers, wereleopards, giants, mutants, golems, lion heads, as well as other strange existences. A number of metal cocoon-like compartments stood inside the temple, as a diamond-shaped crystal floated in the middle of the temple. This temple is the Bloodline Temple. Any blood essence that you collect can be stored here and inserted into the temple. By spending some survivor coins, a person can be enhanced to have a bloodline. Every person can only possess one bloodline, as having 2 bloodlines at the same time might cause some unexpected effects. There's a 90% chance of mutation to occur, turning user into a freak. There are currently 0 bloodlines in the storage. When Zhong came to this Bloodline Temple and heard the flurry of notifications, he immediately whisked out a number of mutant beasts' blood essences. As he inserted them in, the crystal absorbed them all and presented new information. You can now enhance the following bloodlines: Flamebird, Sea Jellyfish, Sea Snake, Enhancing the Flame Burr bloodline will require 1 million survivor coins, while the Sea Jellyfish bloodline requires 850,000 survivor coins. Zhong observed carefully and realized that the Type 4 mutant beast bloodlines were more expensive, whereas the normal with no type were cheapest. The cheapest bloodline was the mutant sandworm, which only required 200 survivor coins. After checking them, Zhong chose to leave the temple. The results of the bloodline enhancement were still unknown, and he didn't want to dive into it too fast. Even if he had to consider, he would want to acquire a Type 5 mutant beast blood essence before trying. After he left the bloodline temple, he came to the consumable goods store and purchased wholesale. Within the store, there was rice, fuel, bullets, and all sorts of consumables. He did not buy these, instead, choosing to purchase in bulk different ammunitions manufacturing lines and other forms of military equipment production lines. Currently, Zhong was relying on Zhao and its factories to produce his ammunition, but it was not enough. This time, the operation in Ningxi City was smooth because of his large expenditure of his military reserves. He did not hold back on the bombardment, and this helped to kill almost 2 million zombies of Ningxi City. However, with such a battle, he had already consumed 2/3 of the total ammunition available in Guangxi. He was unable to launch another attack on another horde if he had to. Compared to the valuable skill books, these production lines of ammunitions were not technologically advanced, and hence, they were cheap. A rifle bullet production line would cost at most 100,000 survivor coins, while a 122mm cannon production line would require 500,000 survivor coins. Zhong spent all of what he had left on the consumable store, purchasing a large amount of bullets, cannons, optical instruments, energy converter parts, as well as other equipment. The production lines came out in cards. As long as the user willed it, he or she could turn the card into an entire production line and set it to a location. After mass purchasing a large number of production lines, his military logistics and support had increased tremendously. After he had done what he needed, he deployed some troops to stand guard over the area. At the same time, he arranged for a huge number of enhancers to head to the evolving temple to change their classes into soldiers, scientists, doctors, priests, blacksmiths, magicians, as well as other professions. The moment this was done, the entire strength and might of Zhong's forces increased by leaps and bounds. It was especially so for the soldiers. Zhong arranged for Masako to bring Hailan to go summon a large number of mutant beasts into Port Fangcheng, allowing the soldiers to kill them and increase their levels before changing their class into soldiers. At the same time, with the scientists from Japan joining Zhong's research team, adding on to the enhancers that switch classes to scientists, the research into the laser gun as well as energy converter went underway. Xian Yuming was conferred as the captain of a navy, and he led the Blue Ridge ships to scour the coastal lines for resources and survivors. After making arrangements, Zhong then sat in a Thunder Fighter and made for Longhai City. Salute! The moment Zhong came out from the Thunder Fighter, 2 rows of soldiers greeted him with a military salute. The upper echelons of Longhai City, including Qiyang, Dagozi, Chunyao, Guiyu, Su Zhenggang, Lu Wen, and others welcomed him. Ever since Zhong set off for Guangxi, he had expanded largely and gained the support of over 1 million people, his expansion surpassing even that of Hunan. However, Hunan was still his home base. Zhong came up to Qiyang and patted his shoulders. It's been hard on you. Since Zhong disappeared, there have been plenty of minor uprisings from the countless factions he suppressed. Without Qiyang's stable but firm grip, Zhong might have lost this base long ago. Qiyang smiled warmly. It's what I should do. Beside Qiyang, his guards were shocked when they saw him smile. In their eyes, Qiyang had been an extremely steady but resolute leader, with a fierce stance on the city. They had never seen him smile before. Zhong chuckled. I've seen Hui. That rascal is still alive and kicking, and has become a regiment commander of the Guangxi's 1st Regiment. He had obtained plenty of merits in his efforts to take down Ningxi City. Hence Zhong had promoted him directly. After all, generals were forged through countless battles. He had experienced plenty, and had gained the prestige and respect. Qiang spoke. "What about my mom and dad?" Zhong became silent before replying slowly. "I did not manage to find them." Qi Yang's body trembled, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. He became silent as well. In the first place, he was a man of few words. Regardless of how sad he was, he would bear it all himself. Seeing this, Lu Wen, who had wanted to pounce straight into Zhong's arms, also stood quietly, grabbing Zhong's arms. This is the report on everything that has happened all this time. After returning to the villa that he had left for so long, Guiyu came up to him, dressed in a neat military uniform, her full bosom threatening to burst out of her shirt as she handed him a thick file. Zhong received it and began to read it. During the time when Zhong was gone, Qiang had slowly but steadily expanded their scope of power, annihilating zombies, saving survivors, and even obliterating 2 bases that had over 10,000 people each. They had absorbed their survivors. After all, it was tough for ordinary factions to contend with the military advanced faction of Zhong. After constant expansion and growth, their Hunan base had reached over 420,000 survivors, and society had stabilized and began to prosper once more. After reading through it, Zhong handed it back to Guiyu and said warmly, "You've worked hard." Hearing his gentle words, Guiyu's eyes turned red, her heart filled with warmth. Her nose turned sour, and her tears started to flow. She had been a spoilt brat at home before the apocalypse and did not know how to do anything. But since then, she had experienced so much, landing in the hands of Wang Guang, who almost being tortured to death. In the end, she had landed with Zhong, who gave her the chance to live a life with dignity. However, he was often out fighting and would disappear from time to time with no news whatsoever. This would often cause Guiyu to be afraid. She was afraid that she would end up in the hands of others and be toyed with till her death. She had held out for so long and was exhausted. With this single sentence from him, she was filled with a sense of comfort and strength. Seeing her sobbing in relief, his emotions welled up as well, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. He then kissed her lightly on her lips. She responded fiercely before wrapping around him like a female snake, giving him her warmth, passion, and all. Chapter 603, Reaching the Central Plains. Chapter 603, Reaching the Central Plains. After an intense bout of passion, a blood-colored rose bloomed on the snow-white sheets. Guiyu curled up like a satisfied kitten before lying on Zhong's chest as she used her voluptuous breast to massage him and said, "Master, now that you're back, are you going to stay here for long?" Guiyu looked at him with an expectant look, hoping that he would stay at Longhai City. As long as he stayed, she would feel so much more secure. Zhong planted a kiss on her lips before hugging her tightly. "No. Soon, I'll have to make another trip." Guiyu's eyes flashed with disappointment as she hugged him back, feeling his warmth. "Where are you heading to this time? Can't you just command the troops from here?" Zhong rebuked gently. "No can do. I have to head north and conquer that area." Guangxi had just experienced a huge battle, and their ammunition and supplies were largely expended. In the short-term future, there was no way to organize another battle. They could only embark on minor expeditions to clear the zombies. Longhai City had also gone out on such minor expeditions plenty of times, and the total number of zombies they have annihilated was over 600,000. The troops needed rest as well. If Zhong waited slowly for the laser gun and energy converter to be produced, he could take his time to slowly wipe the zombies out before conquering the entire county. In fact, he had planned for it to be like this. However, after obtaining the 18th village, now known as the Evolving Temple, he had received the shocking news of what's to come. He had to find a way to conquer the capital as soon as he could. In order to conquer the capital, he had to start advancing towards the north and make use of the strength of the survivors there to subjugate the capital. Otherwise, the moment the second round of the God and Devil system started, Zhong knew that his faction would be too ill-equipped to deal with it. The death toll then might number in the millions. Guiyu asked softly, this time, Can you bring me along? She had watched as Chun Yao, Ji Qing Wu, and a few of his women joined him in battles. There was a strong sense of envy, and she wanted to fight by his side as well. Yu Zhong directly refused. No, this time, it is a major operation to take down the north. It's too dangerous. I can't risk having you there. She sighed lightly and did not press the issue further. Instead, she raised her head and kissed his lips, and her eyes shined brightly as she said, "Master, let's do it again. Give me more. I want to bear your children." Guiyu was a beauty capable of stirring the hearts of many. With such a tone, Yu Zhong was instantly aroused again, and they tousled for the rest of the morning. Since returning to Longhai City, Yu Zhong would go around in the day to make his presence known to his subordinates and the survivors under him. During the nights, he would then head to find Guiyu, Lu Wan, Yi Tong, and Tong Xiao Yun to placate and pacify them. As for Yin Shuang, the life form that had appeared out of the corpse of the mutant-infected womb, she was a lovable existence to everybody. However, she was practically stuck to Yu Zhong and was not willing to leave his side for long periods of time. After 10 days, Yu Zhong boarded one of the Thunder Fighters as he led over 100 elites towards the north. It was spring now, yet there was a chill in the air, and it would snow almost every 2 or 3 days. The entire Central Plains was covered in a layer of snow. Across the snow-white field, there were 100 survivors in tattered clothes running. Behind them, over 20 men in thick cotton clothes were chasing them as they rode horses. They wielded guns, and they were laughing loudly while firing their guns from time to time, killing a number of the survivors. The men in pursuit had the ability to wipe out the entire group of survivors, except that right now, they were treating the chase as a hunt. They laughed as they chased and fired their guns, and the survivors would drop dead one after another. As the survivors ran, some fell, breathing heavily as they kneeled, hugging their heads while begging to surrender. However, in response, the men behind just came up and whipped out their blades and slashed at the survivors. Seeing this, the rest of the survivors became frantic and began to flee again. At this time, a number of soldiers dressed in military uniforms appeared in the distance. One of the survivors saw this group of gun-wielding soldiers and immediately screamed out, "Save us! Sir, please save us! As long as you save us, we will do anything. Please, save us! Save us! Please, please, please! I'm willing to toll my entire life for you." Seeing this new group of militants, the pitiful survivors who had been forced to such a state began to scream and shout. It didn't matter who these people were, since it seemed like they were their only hope. This group of soldiers were precisely Yu Zhong and his men. The way towards the capital was filled with dense population. There were zombies everywhere, and no place was suitable to expand their scope of power. Yu Zhong had thus chose the route through Mongolia, where the plains were vast and population scarce. Not long after arriving here, just as he was prepared to launch an assault on a city, they discovered this situation. Seeing this new group that appeared, the men in pursuit of the survivors immediately became wary. Each of them were riding level 15 mutant black stallions, and they immediately turned their aim on Yu Zhong's group. One of the militants came shouting in a strange language. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard him, not understanding the language. Foreign language? These are foreigners? Capture 5, kill the rest. Got a boss. Bai Xiao Sheng, who had been following beside Yu Zhong, had a savage glint in his eyes as he flashed forwards, charging towards the ordinary militants like a gust of wind. The elites who were following beside Yu Zhong immediately spread out, before charging towards the militants as well. These were all evolvers of at least level 40 and above. They had all changed their classes to be soldiers, knights, etc., and they were capable of killing these militants without their guns at all. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged past Yu Zhong, charging for the militants like a specter, with its speed breaking the sound barrier. A pale fist would appear once in a while, and each time, a militant's head would explode. In a second, almost all 20 were wiped out, save for 5. Clearing over 20 militants in just 1 second, Shuang appeared in their midst, among the bloodied corpses, without a shred of dirt or blood on her. Looking like an angel, she smiled at Zhong. Father, Father, I've killed them all. Father's enemies have been killed. Praise me. The stark contrast between her angelic demeanor and the hellish scene of the corpses gave her an innocent yet cruel aura. It was truly strange. Shuang's talent for comprehension and learning was terrifying, picking up Chinese in such a short time. She had then started to call Zhong as her father. Strong, too overpowered. Bai Xiao Sheng and the rest of the elites watched the scene, as their eyes filled with shock. Her speed had exceeded even the Type 3 lightning, and her fists contained an earth-shaking might that could cause a person's head to explode. Not a single one of them dared to take on her blows head-on. Strong. A chill came over Zhong's heart as well when he witnessed how fast this little girl had killed those militants. Just comparing speed, hers had exceeded lightning and reached the level of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. It was the first time he had seen her unleash such a frightening combat strength. Well done, Shuang. This is your reward. Zhong chuckled gently as he pulled out a lollipop for her. From any angle, Zhong was truly lacking as a parent. A gust of wind blew, and Shuang had already appeared in Zhong's arms, before grabbing the lollipop, and she's sucking on it before smiling brightly. Hee, I was praised by father. Lolikan. However, this loli truly is something else. Bai Xiao Sheng eyed Shuang, and his countenance paled as he muttered inwardly. When the 5 remaining militants saw their comrades wiped out, their legs gave way from the fright, and were easily subdued by Zhong's soldiers. Zhong frowned as he asked them, "Who are you people?" One of them had savage look as he barked out, "We are soldiers that possess the noble Huang Jin blood from the Mongol Empire's king Rant's palace. If you know what's good for you, release us this instant. Otherwise, when the army of King Rant arrives, you will all be skinned and torn apart." Huang Jin clan, another ambitious warlord. Zhong knew he came across another faction. The apocalypse had already lasted for a year so far, and many warlords had tried to stake their own claims to various lands. Zhong had seen it all. After all, he was one himself. Too much bullshit. Take him away for execution. Zhong eyed him coldly and barked. That militant was dragged to one side, and a blade came flashing down as his head was thus separated from his body. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Seeing that soldier decapitated, the rest of the warriors started trembling. Zhong then pointed at another militant and said, "All right, come over and tell me all about the Mongol king Rant." The warrior immediately revealed everything in fear when he was dragged. Yes, the Mongol king Rant was a Mongolian of the Huang Jin descent. After the apocalypse happened, he had relied on his claim to his bloodline to influence the people around him to join him as they carved out a faction for themselves. Chapter 604. Shuang's Terrifying Strength. Chapter 604. Shuang's Terrifying Strength. The Mongol king Rant had warred all over the region, exterminating numerous factions, while taking absorbing power. He had now control over 120,000 households under him. As for the Huang Jin clan that he was from, there were 4 main households, and they were in charge of the 40,000 troops of the Huang Jin clan. These armed warriors were the soldiers trained under Boer Z of the Huang Jin clan. They had just launched an assault on a middle-sized faction and were in the midst of hunting down these remnant survivors. Since the apocalypse, the weather had turned even harsher and colder. It was now already early spring, yet it was still snowing every day. Vegetation could not grow. To the Mongols who raised livestock, it was truly tough. Many of their livestock had already succumbed to the weather. Their rations hence dwindled day after day. Under such circumstances, Boer Z had therefore ordered a massacre of anybody not of Mongol descent. Corpses were to be brought back, becoming food for the slaves as well as the mutant black stallions. The mid-sized faction had been forced under these circumstances to flee, while being pursued by those Mongol soldiers. Damn, what a bunch of beasts! Yu Zhong heard the words, and his expression turned ugly. After the apocalypse happened, many people started doing what they liked. It didn't matter which country they were from. Everyone sought to control and dominate others. Yu Zhong was appalled that such things were happening right across the border. The middle-aged survivors ran up to Yu Zhong and knelt down as they sobbed, "Sir, thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. Thank you, sir. Many thanks for saving us." Those survivors that had managed to escape that ordeal began to kneel and express their gratitude and relief. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong stepping out to act, they would all have died. Yu Zhong glanced at one of them and asked indifferently, "What's your name?" He replied carefully, "Responded, sir, my name is Shao Li." Yu Zhong then gave Shao Li an order. "Go and tell the rest, those who are willing to come with me, we will ensure your safety and provide food. However, you will have to obey every single command of mine. Those who aren't willing, I won't stop. They're free to go. Go. Let me make myself clear first. Those who come with me, yet are not willing to obey, will face death." Shao Li was shocked in his heart, and he replied carefully, "Yes, sir," before turning back to the rest of the survivors. Not long after, Shao Li returned. Majority of the survivors were willing to follow Yu Zhong. After all, it was hard to find food out here in the plains. They wanted to live and knew how hard it was. Yu Zhong allowed them to follow him, and it was a sort of blessing to them. Of course, there were those who were unwilling, and the 6 of them expressed their thanks before leaving. Set off. Yu Zhong did not mind as he ordered. This group of over 200 people hence made their way towards the middle-sized faction. The mid-sized faction was set out in the wilderness, surrounded by only a layer of wooden fence. It was set up to guard against the occasional low-level mutant beast and zombies. At one particular area, there were a number of sharp spikes erected, with some corpses stuck on them. Currently, the base had turned a scene from hell, with corpses strewn everywhere. Numerous Mongols were atop women, laughing maniacally as they sought their heart's content. War could allow even the most civilized person to turn into the most savage of beasts. Yu Zhong ordered, "I will charge through the front door." By Shao Sheng, lead 20 men to attack from the north. Tempi Osaka, you take 20 and attack from the sides. Zhuitong, you shall lead some men to stay and guard here. Await further orders. This time, Yu Zhong had taken Bai Shao Sheng, Tempi Osaka, and Zhuitong together with him. Both Bai Shao Sheng and Zhuitong had swallowed the pink snake-birth fruits and became dual attribute evolvers, their powers heightened further. Tempi Osaka was also one of the top evolvers from Japan and possessed terrifying combat ability. As for Yu Zhong himself, he was akin to an entire army. Because of his overwhelming strength, he dared to cross the plains to expand. Yu Zhong gave the order and brought in Shuang as he went towards the base. Within the base, everything was in a mess, and there were many naked women in the grasps of the Mongol soldiers. The prettier the women, the more Mongol soldiers there were around them. There were corpses everywhere as well, belonged to both men and women, and the corpses of children were the most. It was truly hell, and the thick stench of blood wafted throughout the place. When Yu Zhong stepped into the base, he became like a death god, reaping lives with the flash of his blade. The heads of the soldiers fell swiftly, incapable of reacting in any way at their moment of death. As blood splattered all over the women, they screamed out loud. The screams attracted the attention of some of the Mongol soldiers, and 7 of them charged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong shot forwards, his crocodile tooth saw blade, slashing out multiple blade beams, tearing through the 7 Mongol soldiers like they were paper. The copious amount of blood and organs that spilled everywhere was horrifying. Shuang was like a cat that curled up in Yu Zhong's chest, absorbing the surroundings with a savory glance. While the gruesome sight might cause some to be horrified and fearful, she felt it to be exciting and fun. Against these ordinary soldiers, Yu Zhong didn't even need to employ any skills. He just swung his blade and took them out easily. On the other side, by Shao Sheng, Tenpyo Saka were both evolver experts, and the ordinary soldiers were not their match at all. At the same time, the soldiers brought by Zhong were elites that had received special training, and they killed swiftly and silently, not arousing too much suspicions. Pung, pung. After killing over 100 soldiers, some form of an army finally appeared. They were some of the Mongol soldiers under the lead of Boer Z that did not waste their energy on women. The moment they discovered Zhong, they began to launch attacks on him. The soldiers were all wielding guns, and numerous bullets rained upon Zhong. "Father, I'll go kill them. Give me some candy later." Shuang chuckled at Zhong before pecking him on the side of his face. At the next instant, she had transformed into a gust of wind that charged right into the midst of the Mongol soldiers. Shuang charged through the troops of Boer Z, and their brains exploded one by one in a horrible fashion. It was as though a grim reaper had sliced through their midst, collecting their lives. The Mongol soldiers shouted out in fear as they readied their guns and began firing. However, they missed every single shot. Within 5 minutes, Boer Z soldiers had all been slaughtered cleanly, their headless corpses strewn all over the ground. After killing those hundreds of soldiers, Shuang was still clean, without a speck of dust nor drop of blood on her. She looked just like a little angel. However, this little angel had just slaughtered over hundreds of soldiers in a span of 5 minutes, with her little pale fists. Scary, terrifying. By the time Xiao Sheng and Tenpyo Saka reached the battlefield, it was already over. They looked at the hundreds of headless corpses, astonished. They eyed Shuang, who was nestled in Zhong's embrace, their faces full of fear. The soldiers had followed Zhong through numerous battles and knew Zhong's attack methods. The headless corpses were obviously the work of the little lowly in Zhong's arms. If such a terrifying existence had been their enemy, they would be basically defenseless. However, as a comrade, she was truly reliable. Shuang laughed brightly. "Father, did I do well?" Zhong pulled out a lollipop and ruffled her little head. "Well done. This is your reward." Shuang giggled and leapt around in Zhong's arms, her face full of satisfaction as she enjoyed her lollipop. Without this Shuang, Zhong could have wiped out the entire base as well, just that it wouldn't have been easy. Xiao Li and the rest of the survivors had returned to the base. When they saw the headless corpses of the Boer Z forces, they were filled with shock. Strong. They're truly too strong. Especially the headless corpses. Xiao Li and the rest immediately thought of the innocent-looking but deadly lowly that followed Zhong around. Their hearts instantly turned cold. With the death of the Mongol soldiers, the entire base fell into Zhong's hands. Currently, the mid-sized faction that used to house 3,000 survivors were only left with a little over 800 after the massacre by the Boer Z's forces. The number of females outnumbered the males, with over 700 of them, and the men numbering 100. As to why there were so many women left, it was precisely because the soldiers had intended to make use of them. The Boer Z's forces that came to attack were about 1,000 or so, and with them, there were over 100 black stallions. These black stallions were stronger than the long-distance horses of the past by umpteen times, and their acceleration at the start could rival that of powerful sports car. When comparing long distances, they could even drag along a car with their powerful limbs. Every single one of these horses was a treasure and could exchange for a ton of rations. After all, there was lack of fuel. There might be many cars, but fuel was scarce. With such a powerful black stallion that could replace a car as a form of transport and could even be used to transport stuff, they were precious to any faction. Other than the 100 black stallions, there were over 100 lambs, 200 cows, 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of corn, 50 tons of wheat. The total number of vehicles were about 300, and they had 20 tons of fuel allocated. By eliminating the forces of Boer Z, Zhong had also obtained an additional 1,000 rifles, 30,000 rounds of ammunition, allowing for every single person in his group to wield a gun each. When they were done clearing the place up, Zhong immediately gave the order for everyone to continue moving. The news of the 1,000-strong force being wiped out would not escape the Huangjing clan for long. Zhong had to escape as quickly as possible. Right now, his strength was enough to wipe out a force of 1,000 with no problems. But if the Huangjing clan sent all of their forces, he could not guarantee victory. The fact that the Huangjing clan could sit at the top of the food chain out here in the plains represented their strength and the might of their troops. Zhong was not blindly arrogant to think he could fight them head-on with a bunch of 100 soldiers. Across the snow-white plains, 900 people left the desolate base as they continued on in the harsh weather. "Halt! Hand over your weapons and rations, and you can cross. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." Just as Zhong's group was proceeding, an overbearing shout resounded from a distance. A burly man with thick eyebrows and coarse skin appeared, riding a black stallion, with a large bronze bow slung across his back. He was backed by a few other equally burly men riding other black stallions, and they approached with rising killing intent. They were just about to launch an assault when Shuang and his elites swiftly readied their weapons and aimed at the approaching offenders, their own killing intent billowing out. "Experts! Shit, we've kicked an iron plate." The burly leader saw the numerous guns trained on him and his men, and a dangerous feeling rose up in his heart. Zhong eyed them and spoke coldly. "Who are you people?" The burly man immediately cupped his fists and said, "This brother, I am divine Arrow Liguang. I've eyes but did not recognize MT Tai, and have offended you. Please pardon my ignorance. I'll lead my men away." When Shaoli heard him, his face changed and quickly went up to inform Zhong. "Divine Arrow Liguang. Leader, he is one of the famous bandits around these parts. His archery is truly something else. The rumors are that he had killed a Type 2 mutant beast with a single arrow once. All his brother are also powerful enhancers in their own right, and their combat prowess is strong. They have wiped out a 100-man troop of the Huangjing clan before." As Li Guang heard Xiao Li's recount, his face revealed a smug expression. "Oh, Li Guang, I'm in need of talents. You've come at the right time. Stay with me and work for me. As for the matters today, I won't pursue them. If you aren't willing, this time next year will be the death anniversary for you and your brothers." Zhong chuckled lightly and pulled out his stinger, swiftly firing 3 shots. The 3 rounds zipped past 3 of the experts by Li Guang's side, barely missing their hair. His speed was too terrifying, and before the 3 of them could even react, the bullets had already soared past them. Only Li Guang could forcefully make out Zhong's movements. When the gunshots died down, the 3 of them felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, their countenances pale. If Zhong had aimed for their heads earlier, they would truly have died. "What do you think?" Zhong's words were like a hammer that slammed into Li Guang's heart. He hesitated for a while, looking at those soldiers, pointing the guns at him and his brothers, and came down from his horse, kneeling before Zhong. "Li Guang is willing to serve leader." Chapter 605, Chimu County. Chapter 605, Chimu County. Li Guang pledged allegiance to Zhong before coming up to him and asked, "Leader, where are you headed?" Zhong replied, "Chimu County." Li Guang's heart turned cold when he heard it. "Leader, Chimu County is currently overrun with many zombies. Will our strength be a little too weak?" Mongolia was vast, and its population was extremely spread out. It could not compare to those inner cities. Chimu County used to have 50,000 people in the past. After the apocalypse, there were approximately 40,000. Li Guang knew Zhong and his men were strong, but a group of 1,000 intending to wipe out close to 40,000 zombies was basically impossible to him. Ordinary zombies were extremely weak and easy to kill, but even a level 60 evolver would be exhausted from dealing with 10,000 zombies. Zhong eyed Li Guang and spoke indifferently. "Our strength is more than enough." Li Guang immediately became tired, not daring to believe. He had only seen a part of Zhong's strength, and just that would have been enough to wipe them out earlier. Not to mention that by Shuang and the rest of the soldiers had yet to act. He didn't dare infuriate Zhong. Soon, Chimu County appeared in the eyes of the entourage. It was a simple and backward city. Within the city, there were many rotting bodies with savage expressions shambling about. Zhong's group had long since accumulated enough experience dealing with zombies. Bai Xiaosheng pulled out a napkin that had been splashed with blood and charged right into the city. The zombies soon chased after him. Zhong pointed at the group of zombies and gave Li Guang and his men an order. "Let me see what you're capable of." "Yes, brothers, charge. Let's show leader our strength." Li Guang hollered and charged towards the zombies. The dozens of riders followed behind as they roared and charged at the zombie group. When Li Guang and his riders reached about 200 m away from the zombies, they began to knock their arrows, and a flurry of arrows flew towards the zombies, nailing them to the ground. Among them, Li Guang's archery was easily the strongest. His skill was the heavy arrow, and each time, he could fire up to 3 arrows, with each arrow possessing a destructive might. Each time he let his arrows fly, 3 zombies would be killed. The rest of the soldiers had not managed to copy Li Guang's level of skill. However, each of them could still penetrate the body of the zombies, nailing to the ground. From time to time, some zombies could be seen struggling to stand back up. At this moment, 7L2s that were impervious to most guns and knives appeared and charged at the soldiers. The arrows of these warriors just served to bounce off the L2s bodies. Seeing this, the countenances of the soldiers changed, and they quickly retreated. Li Guang bellowed in rage, and immediately let loose an arrow empowered by the explosive arrow skill. With a flash, a meteor-like arrow shot towards one of the L2 and blasted its head into pieces. He then proceeded to fire another 3 more of such arrows, dispatching another 3 L2s before his face turned pale, and he, too, quickly retreated. The L-types were after all not easy to deal with. Bai Xiaosheng, "Do it." Zhong looked at Bai Xiaosheng, who was behind Li Guang and his men, and gave the order. "Yes, charge with me." Bai Xiaosheng chuckled and led 50 elites forwards. The 50 elite evolvers raised their rifles and fired into the zombie horde. As the multiple gunshots rang out, a large number of zombies were taken out, their heads popping. The 50 elites were all accurate marksmen, every bullet aiming for the heads, and easily took care of the 400 over zombies. These 50 elites had all changed jobs to become soldiers with the firearms manipulation skill, adding on to their status as evolvers, and their levels reaching 40 and above. Each of them already possessed the level 4 skill, Soldier's Heart, enhancing their firearms manipulation skill further. Each of them were now accurate marksmen. With their rifles, they could easily take out ordinary zombies from a distance of 200 m. After killing those 400 ordinary zombies, there were about 30 Type 2 evolved zombies left. Zhuitong held a 3M long mace that had been enhanced till level 5 and charged into the midst of the zombies. Every strike of hers caused the zombies to be blasted on the spot. As for Bai Xiaosheng, he was like a specter that easily sliced the evolved zombies into 2 with each flash of his blade. Within 5 minutes, all the zombies that had been lured out were easily done in. As Li Guang and his men watched, their hearts were filled with shock. Holy shit. Too strong. Where did this bunch of people come out from? How come they're so strong? Fortunately, I surrendered early. Otherwise, we would have been a pile of corpses. Li Guang watched Bai Xiaosheng leading his men to clear the zombies, and he felt a chill down his spine, celebrating his decision. With such a method, Bai Xiaosheng easily lured out another 1,000 zombies, and the group proceeded to clear them easily. All of a sudden, the zombies that had been attracted to the blood stopped following Bai Xiaosheng. Instead, they began to gather together. Looking at these zombies that had seemingly become smarter, Zhong muttered softly, "Has the Z-type arrived? Who would have thought that such a small county would produce a Z-type?" Li Guang felt curious and asked, "Z-type? Leader, what's that?" There were many people who were still oblivious to the existence of the intelligent Z-types, and it was likely that only the major factions would have come across them. As a small group, it was natural that Li Guang and his brothers had not yet come across it. Zhong replied, "It's a type of zombie that can command others. It is able to gather an entire horde together to launch a large-scale attack." Li Guang turned pale. "What? It can actually command zombies to gather together? That's crazy." The zombies were fearsome, and some humans could barely scrape by with their lives because the zombies had little intelligence. The moment they did possess intelligence, it would truly be a nightmare for humankind. Zombies that were not under any command were prey for the humans. But the moment there was an intelligent being behind them, humans would then become a prey. Zhong gave an order: set up the fortifications and begin construction here. I think it would not wait to charge at us soon. When he gave his order, the survivors that Zhong had rescued began to work under the guidance of an evolver. A number of buses were driven over, forming a simple wall of steel surrounding the survivors. Should this wall be breached, the survivors would fall prey to the zombies. The survivors were extremely fearful, but under Zhong's orders, they could not shirk away. Soon after, 30,000 zombies began to surge out like a huge sea from the center of the city. With such a number, it truly seemed as though the horde was endless. The survivors turned pale, their bodies trembling. Many of the survivors began to wail and cry, some kneeling and sobbing as they cursed their fates. "Do it!" Zhong watched the sea of zombies flow out and readied his assault rifle, directly killing 10 zombies. Bai Sheng and the rest of the elites also raised their weapons and picked off the zombies calmly. As the hail of bullets rained down on the zombies, many of their heads were blasted apart like watermelons. It was like there was an invisible wall that impeded their advance, with the zombies in front falling like wheat. Zhong, together with Bai Sheng and his 100 elite soldiers who were level 40 evolvers, were much more efficient than 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Their aim was true. It was especially so for Zhong, who could easily fire 8 shots in a second, taking down 8 zombies each time. It was an easy feat for him. As long as he used all his strength, he could even fire out 12 consecutive bullets, each of them headshots. The rest of the soldiers were not as tyrannical as Zhong, but even so, they could still take down 2 or 3 per second. The zombie horde seemed to be stepping up to serve their heads on a platter, allowing Zhong and his men to cull them like crazy. Of course, their slow walking speed was one of the main reasons aiding the quick slaughter. Li Guang and his men stared wide-eyed and agape as they watched Zhong's men take down the zombies casually, muttering, "This is insane. Their strength is too obscene. Where are they from? How did they get so powerful?" They continued to watch, their emotions in turmoil and their backs drenched in cold sweat. Any soldier from this fearsome army could easily dispatch the whole lot of them, and to think they had actually intended to rob them. They had truly been at the gates of hell without knowing. The rifle bullets could only take down the ordinary zombies. There were 5 L3S and 100 L2S that formed a front formation and charged towards Zhong and his men. As the 100 L2S that were about 3 m tall charged towards them, they seemed like mini tanks, and the 5 L3S who took the vanguard positions were even more massive, towering at 4 m. Zhong eyed them nonchalantly and pointed, his devil flame activating as 5 huge fireballs shot toward the heads of the L3S and exploded. The heads of the 5 L3S exploded in a cloud of blood and flesh, their massive frames slumping to the ground. With Zhong insta-killing those L3S, White Bones charged towards the L2S like a gust of wind, its bone spikes extending out as it started to whirl extremely fast, slicing through the heads of the L2S. As for the other major group that comprised of the S3S and S2S, their heads were targeted by Zhong's rifle. With his current strength, aiming for them was easier compared to the past. It would take an S4 to give him some trouble within a distance of 200 m. Under the relentless assault of Zhong's forces, the 30,000 zombies were slowly being exterminated. The price they had to pay was the expenditure of over 80,000 rounds. Such an incredible feat was hard to accomplish prior to the change of class for the elite soldiers. After the job change, their firearms manipulation and accuracy had undergone a tremendous change. Adding on to their enhanced physique, it was barely a form of intense training for them to deal with 30,000 zombies. This was why evolvers that had changed their jobs were this fearsome. At that time, when the Kingdom of God had been ambushed by the Takamajahara forces in Japan, they could still make use of their superior abilities to hold off the enemy 10 times their numbers. This was purely the advantage of a job change. Advance. Having dealt with the 30,000 zombies, Zhong proceeded forwards. Bai Sheng thus led 50 elites and charged in to clear the remaining zombies. Li led the rest of the survivors and set fire to the 30,000 corpses according to Zhong's orders. If the decomposing bodies were to be left alone, there would be unknown viruses and diseases that could transmit. Of course, they were the best fertilizers for the mutant plants. However, Zhong did not have any base that were currently growing any mutant plants, hence, he had no use for these corpses. Upon entering the city, the remaining zombies had already been brought away by the Z-type to escape, leaving behind only a scarce number. Chimu County was a place that was rich in coal, and there were a few large coal mining companies here. With such a large amount of resources falling into Zhong's hands, he had no need to worry about energy for the time being. At the same time, there were plenty of cotton clothes here, and Zhong gave them out to the survivors, helping them to keep warm. As the survivors received the cotton clothes, many of them teared up in gratitude. After all, most factions treated cotton clothes as precious resources. A pretty woman would have to accompany a man for an entire month just to get a piece of cotton clothing. Now, Zhong was giving them out without qualms, and these survivors were all touched. At the same time, they were filled with respect and faith in the strength of the troops. When Zhong announced to recruit soldiers, many signed up, hoping to gain strength and glory. Among the survivors that Zhong rescued, there were more women than men. He could not help it, and thus had to organize a largely female troop as well. He then handed them to Zhuitong to lead. After arranging for matters to be settled, Zhong then summoned Li Guang, asking, "Tell me all you know about the various factions out here in the plains." The plains and the cities were different as population was sparse out in the plains. When the world changed, those humans out there stood a better chance in surviving. Thus, the number of survivors was much higher. Also, since the plains were vast, traffic was not congested, it was easy for communications between factions. As a wandering bandit, Li Guang had seen his fair share of things and naturally knew more about the plains as compared to Shaoli. Chapter 606, Tian Mu Town. Chapter 606, Tian Mu Town. Yes, boss. From what I know, the current largest and strongest faction is naturally the Huangjing clan, led by the Mongol king Huoran. It's rumored that he has 120,000 survivors under his rule, and there are over 30,000 slaves of other races under him as well. The 2D well-known faction would be the Great Turkic Empire of Wu'er Tuat'a. He has a total of 10,000 elite Golden Wolf soldiers, each of them fierce and powerful. Other than that army, they also have 150,000 slaves from other races. The third largest faction would be the forces of the Manchurian Empire under the King Haiwenye. The total Manchu and Han soldiers number about 8,000, and they have about 160,000 slaves. Other than these three main powers, there's the Grey Wolf Army, Red Triad, Blue Triad, Gold Wolf Triad, Radiant Sun Triad, People's Army, Heaven's Will Sect, Universal Sect, Heavenly Demon Sect, etc. However, compared to the three main powers, they're nothing and are just a ragtag bunch. Li Guang narrated the information he knew about the factions in the Central Plains. All sorts of bullshit characters have appeared. Zhong frowned when he heard it, before continuing. Out of all these factions, are there no decent ones established by the Chinese? Li Guang sighed gently and spoke with some pity. No, The Chinese factions are usually too fractured and cannot compare to the cohesiveness of the Mongols. Each time there was any outstanding character that was rising, he or she would be quickly terminated. The Grey Wolf Army, Red Triad, Blue Triad, Gold Wolf Triad, Radiant Sun Triad, People's Army, Heaven's Will Sect, all of these are all small-time factions established by the Chinese, but they're always fighting among themselves and lack the strength to stand up to the Mongol king. Zhong pondered for a while before asking. After the world changed, there should have been some border guards that remained. Which faction do they belong to? The might of military people were the strongest among the ordinary folk, and their survivability was the highest. Since the human population was more spread out in the plains, there should have been many that survived. After gaining the evolving temple, Zhong could swiftly produce a number of strong soldiers. However, he had hoped to obtain more troops that belonged to the military in the past. After all, fighting skills could be upgraded through the temple, but experience, tactics, and strategies could not be enhanced. He needed the people of talent. Li Guang thought for a moment. The border guards? They had been split into a number of factions. A part of them had established themselves as kings and formed a faction. Another had been absorbed into Manchuria, and the remaining had formed the People's Army and are currently protecting some 800 survivors over at Huyin town. The scattered few have been absorbed into the other factions. Men from military were still human after all, and had their own thinking and hopes. After the apocalypse, some insisted on their principles and way of life, while others began to degenerate, becoming hitmen for others. Which is the closest and largest Chinese faction around here? Zhong asked. Li Guang replied quickly. The Radiant Sun Triad. They have over 7,000 people, and they're mostly Chinese. Their base is in a small town called Tianmu Town, situated about 40 li north of Chimu County. Li Guang was truly a snakehead that mixed with the dragons, knowing helpful information on each and every faction. Zhong's eye flashed coldly. Very good. Our next target will be the Radiant Sun Triad. Zhong wanted to establish a sizable faction out here in the Central Plains and needed many people. The Radiant Sun Triad might not have any enmity with Zhong, but they had the numbers, and thus had become Zhong's target. In this apocalyptic world, where human lives were treated like ants, the strong could easily trample on the weak. However, the irony was that human lives were extremely valuable. Without manpower, factories would not function, ammunition would not be produced, clothes could not be manufactured, and research and development would come to a stop. After resting for an entire day, Zhong left Zhuyatong and 20 elites in Chimu County, leaving instructions to train up the new recruits, while Zhong led by Xiao Sheng, Tenpi Osaka, and the rest of the subordinates towards the direction of Tianmu Town. Tianmu Town was a small town surrounded only by a small wooden fence, and there were various steel structures that served as fortifications, with multiple barrels pointing out, defending every entrance. Around the perimeter, there were some watchtowers with soldiers within keeping a lookout. The defense was tight and covered all areas. Those who wanted to enter would have to consider using heavy firepower. Zhong observed the town from afar and frowned. He might have 80 elite evolvers with him, but it would still be a challenge to breach this town. With his steel body skill, Zhong was not afraid of bullets. However, his soldiers did not have that skill. They were at risk of dying if they were shot at. These were soldiers that had followed him through Japan and Country A, and he did not want to lose them meaninglessly here. Li Guang hesitated a while before speaking up. Leader, I could be considered to have some prior friendship with the Radiant Sun Triad's leader Shimin Lai. He had always been interested in recruiting me to work for him. We can make use of this to enter, however, their control. If we want to mix with the crowd, we can't have more than 10 people. Weapons would also be confiscated. Zhong's eyes lit up as he smiled. Great. Take me in. Li Guang, if you do succeed, you'll have gained some merit. With Zhong's strength, the moment he could infiltrate Tianmu Town, then it would be like Sun Wukong entering the belly of a demon. He could do whatever he wanted. His strength was overpowered, and under the possible situations of an ambush, he could even take out an peak-level evolver like the gun demon of the Takamajahara. Even if the Radiant Sun Triad had many powerful experts, Zhong had confidence he could slaughter his way out. After Li Guang selected a few soldiers, he brought Zhong and Tenpyo Saka towards the direction of Tianmu town. At the entrance, 6 gun-wielding soldiers stopped Li Guang's group and barked, "Halt! Who are you guys?" When they stopped them, their eyes landed on Tenpyo Saka and her body. With her exquisite looks and that smoking hot body, it was truly a rare sight out here in the plains. Li Guang replied in a confident voice, "I'm Divine Arrow Li Guang, a friend of your Chief Shiman Lai. I've come specially to visit Chief Shiman. Please notify him." "Wait a while," one of them replied, and swiftly retreated towards the inner parts of the town. The rest of the soldiers blatantly stared at Tenpyo Saka, their gazes filled with lust and hope. However, they were restrained and did not do anything. In this world, some experts were brazen and unbridled. Just a single sentence could earn a person a death sentence. If the expert were to get away scot-free, then the deaths of these guards would have been for naught. A man in suits soon came to the gate, his eyes slightly swollen while wearing a smile. His gaze landed on Li Guang and naturally swiveled to Tenpyo Saka before saying, "Brother Li Guang, which wind had brought you here? Who might this be?" As for Zhong, he didn't even bother sparing him a glance. Li Guang chuckled and said, "Elder Chun, this is Tenpyo Saka. She's a new subordinate I've got under my wing. Tenpyo Saka, hurry and greet Elder Chun Fenghua." Tenpyo Saka had a cold expression as she replied, "How do you do?" Chun Fenghua's eyes flashed with a lustful gaze as he exclaimed, "Good, good." He had only ever seen 2 or 3 women more beautiful than this Tenpyo Saka, but their figures were nowhere as sexy as this lady, especially her large chest that threatened to split out her clothes, causing him to drool. Chun Fenghua's gaze did not move from Tenpyo Saka as he asked Li Guang in an offhand manner, "Li Guang, did you come to join us this time?" Tenpyo Saka had to suffer the indecent looks of this middle-aged man, and her expression wrinkled in disgust. She really hated the way he was looking at her. Li Guang's eyes flashed as he replied, "I've come to discuss with Chief Shiman. If the conditions are right, I might be willing to join." Right at this time, a dozen men walked over. The leader was a good-looking man with sword-shaped brows, his demeanor extraordinary. He looked to be about 27 or 28, and when he saw Li Guang, he immediately spoke in a curt but jeering manner. "Isn't this Li Guang? This boorish thug could also gain the qualifications to join the alliance? Did Shiman Lai become senile?" Li Guang laughed coldly and retorted, "I'm a thug? If I'm a thug, at least I'm ahead of my thugs. What are you considered, Huang Qi Shan? If you didn't have your father, Chief Huang Shui of the Red Tribe, you would have long since been dragged away to be sold. Your dad isn't going to be around for long, though. When he passes on, I'll see how to enjoy that little butt of yours." Li Guang was after all from a market, and his words were extremely uncouth. It served to infuriate Huang Qi Shan immediately. His eyes were bloodshot as he barked loudly, "The lot of you, go and beat him to death. I'll take responsibility." Immediately, the dozens or so thugs behind stepped out, albeit with slow and stupid movements, preparing to act. At this time, Li Guang retreated one step and revealed a savage smile at Chun Fenghua. "Elder Chun, these guys want to act on your territory. If you don't want to put a stop to this senior I would not show them mercy." Chun Fenghua knew exactly what Li Guang was capable of, and knew that if Huang Qi Shan was dead, there would be endless troubles. He immediately called for them to stop. Enough. Seeing Chun Fenghua step out, Huang Qi Shan was forced to calm down. He shot Li Guang a venomous glare. "Li Guang, you've got guts. Let's see how you live the next time we meet. Let's go." After that, Huang Qi Shan brought his men and left the area. This was after all Shiman Lai's territory, and if they were to really fight, the ones at a disadvantage would be Huang Qi Shan themselves. Chapter 607. Zhao Jinglei. Chapter 607. Zhao Jinglei. Li Guang immediately asked Chen Fenghua, "Elder Chen, that little bastard Huang Qi Shan just mentioned an alliance? What's going on? Also, how dare he come here?" Li Guang, you should also be clear. Within the Central Plains, us Chinese are not the ones in power. The Huangjing clan, the Golden Wolf Triad, the Manchu Empire, these bastards are going everywhere attacking the Chinese establishments. Our fellow Han people would then be treated as slaves. In order to change this, to give our Han people a better life, our chief shaman had decided to step up and throw away his past notions, and established an alliance led by our own Han people. He hopes to unite the factions of the Han people and resist the rest of the powers. With you here, it'll be perfect. Tomorrow is the day that the alliance will start. Our chief is heroic and magnanimous, and many other valiant heroes have arrived to take part. It will be a good time for you to join our Radiant Sun Triad. Once our chief shaman has united the country, then you're one of the founding fathers. When Zhong heard this, he thought to himself, alliance? They finally thought of that? Seems like this shaman Lai is something else to be able to gather the rest of the powers. Uniting the Hans in an alliance, it was truly a decent idea. If they could rally all the Hans in the Central Plains, it would be a power not necessarily weaker than the Huangjing clan or the other powers. However, Zhong did not look on it too favorably. After all, everyone had their private ambitions and thoughts who would be willing to hand over their weapons and equipment to others. Chen Fenghua brought Li Guang and the rest to a villa, settling them in before leaving. Li Guang then asked Zhong, "Leader, Chen Fenghua will bring us to see Shaman Lai later. Do we act then?" Zhong replied, "No, let's change it to tomorrow. You go and put on a show of bargaining with Shaman Lai first, then join him. I'll go take a look around and observe the situation." Since Shaman Lai wanted to organize this alliance congregation, Zhong wanted to make use of the chance to put on a big show. Li Guang replied, "Yes, Tenpi Osaka was too beautiful, and in order not to cause any problems, Zhong got her to stay within her room. He himself left and walked about. On the streets, he began to walk while looking at what Tianmu town had to offer. It was similar to the many post-apocalyptic towns that he had already come across on his journeys, with many emaciated survivors in tattered clothes with downcast expressions. Other than the soldiers, there were few shops. Only some simple trading posts were set up. The whole atmosphere was dead, and not a sign of vitality was present. Shaman Lai lacks the talent to govern. He's not a good leader. Zhong gave Shaman Lai an evaluation silently as he observed the town. Like many leaders of the different factions, Shaman Lai was obviously troubled by the food issue. At the same time, he only gave rations to those in his army and his supporters. Ordinary survivors were ignored or treated like slaves. Such a method was good in the sense that it ensured that the food expenditure was kept to a minimal, but the entire town would suffer as a result. All resources were dependent on what was left prior to the apocalypse, and there was no alternative or replenishment of resources. Once they ran out, the faction would crumble. "Master, come, half a bun. I'll make you feel good for just half a bun. 1 packet of instant noodles. I'll accompany you for an entire night. You can play with me however you like, whatever you want to do." At every corner, on every street, a number of women who was reeking of odor and had not bathed for goodness knows how long began to surround Zhong as they tried to flaunt themselves. Zhong walked past them with a deadpan expression. He was sympathetic, but he had no means to rescue them all right now. All of a sudden, a bunch of kids began to swarm in a certain direction like bees. Zhong looked towards the direction, only to see a beautiful lady with long black hair and fair skin, as though she had just stepped out of a painting. She seemed about 15 or 16, and wore a saintly smile as she handed out buns to those kids. A young man of about 15 or 16 stood beside her, dressed in black mutant beast leather, a huge blade hanging by his waist. He had a decent stature, and his looks pleasant, but he was complaining at the moment. "Lele, this is food we went through trouble to get from a neighboring town. How can you just give them out to these little rascals? Did you forget what we had to do? Aisin almost lost his life at the hands of that L3. Now that the Huangjing clan, Manchu Empire, and the Golden Wolf Bastards are all expanding, it's getting harder to find food. Zhong, how many times have I said it? Don't call me Lei. Call me by my full name, Zhong Jinglei. The beautiful girl frowned before lightly sighing. I know it's getting harder, but if we don't give these kids, they will starve to death. Furthermore, this is for my own portion. What does it have to do with you? When Zhong heard those words, he bit his lips, clenching his fist while staring at her. He had liked her for a long time already, but she did not reciprocate nor care about it, and this caused him to feel upset. Another cute girl with a ponytail and some pimples on her face, with fair skin and big eyes, stepped up to say, Lei, don't blame Zhong. He's also concerned about you. There were 9 other young men and women who tried to mediate. What the hell are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Zhong suddenly saw Yu Zhong looking over, and his fury, with nowhere to go, were projected on him. He roared out like an enraged lion. His crush had rejected him and ignored him, and the pent-up anger was now being directed at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at Zhong and shook his head, turning around to leave. Truthfully, Yu Zhong did not agree with Zhao Jinglei's actions. In this world, ration was extremely scarce and precious. One had to be mindful of it. When the team needed food, what would she do then? However, the matter had nothing to do with him, and he had no interest in meddling with a bunch of kids. Damn it, you're looking for a beating. Zhong saw Yu Zhong shaking his head, and he became even more angry, shooting forwards with a speed 11 times that of a person, intending to beat Yu Zhong. Zhao Jinglei did not expect Zhong to act against Yu Zhong, and her face fell, shouting, Stop! Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately swiveled around, his hands grabbing Zhong forehead, his eyes flashing coldly, before flinging Zhong entire body towards a wall viciously. Really? Now, all you little fuckers think you can do anything. Why don't I send you on your way to hell, and let you join your family earlier? At the same time, they can discipline you properly. Zhong smashed into a wall like a cannon and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned pale as he continued to cough out blood. What are you doing? You dare to harm our classmate. You're seeking death. 2 of the group shot out, one tall, the other short, both wielding some strange bone blades as they roared out in fury. They activated their abilities, Wind Twist, and both became like hurricanes, shooting towards Yu Zhong. Both of these rascals were evolvers, their Wind Twist skill having been enhanced thrice. When both of them worked together, they could even take down level 50 evolvers easily. Scram! Right as they got close to Yu Zhong, he kicked out twice swiftly, his terrifying strength exploding out, and they both spat out blood as they crumpled to the ground. Yu Zhong possessed speed that was 25 times that of a normal person, and far surpassed most agility evolvers. His combat experience was rich as well, and didn't need any fancy tactics or skills to deal with those 2 rascals. Zhong, the girl with the ponytail, saw Zhong ugly expression, and he shot out, turning into a shadow. At the next instant, she appeared next to Zhong. Her skill was the rare level 3 flash steps. She had already enhanced the skill 3 times and could easily appear at a location within 20 m. The girl lifted the injured Zhong up. Quick, take him away. I'll block him. Zhao Jinglei saw how fearsome Yu Zhong was, and how his expression was frightening now, and she pulled out 2 silver blades and disappeared like a shadow. Instantly, she appeared in front of Yu Zhong, the blades in her hands slashing towards Yu Zhong at a sharp angle. Fast! She's an agility evolver. Facing Zhao Jinglei's strike that was extremely fast, Yu Zhong was finally forced to whisk out his crocodile tooth saw blade to block her attack. As the 3 blades clashed, a strange force spread from the curved blades of Zhao Jinglei, as though threatening to spin Yu Zhong's blade away. After that clash, Zhao Jinglei's curved blades turned into silver hurricanes and enveloped Yu Zhong. Strong. This little girl, her strength is in close combat, and is comparable to the demons of the Takamajihara. Yu Zhong's speed had been enhanced multiple times and was stronger than Zhao Jinglei. His experience was also more abundant, and in most cases he could easily dispatch an evolver with a single move. However, when exchanging blows with this Zhao Jinglei, he was actually being suppressed, unable to display his blade skills. The strange force was being exerted on his crocodile tooth saw blade as well, making it hard for him. Chapter 608, Gold Wolf Riders. Chapter 608, Gold Wolf Riders. But one bespectacled girl gritted her teeth as she activated her ability. Gravity manipulation and a strong gravitational force pressed down on Yu Zhong, affecting his movements. His eyes flashed coldly as he shot a glare at the girl. When she was struck by his gaze, she felt like a terrifying, bloodthirsty beast was staring at her, and her eyes widened in fear as she retreated a few steps involuntarily. When Zhao Jinglei saw this, she shouted in alarm, "Tian, Tian! No! Run!" Zhao Jinglei was trying to pressure Yu Zhong with all her strength, and the fact that she could suppress him was due to her naturally awakened second-order skill, Heavenly Demon Blade. If she didn't use this, Yu Zhong could have easily slaughtered her in a move. Just in a few exchanges, she could already feel his unfathomable strength that was waiting to rear its head. The moment her words came out the mouth, Yu Zhong flashed and disappeared from in front of her, and a fist smashed into the midriff of the bespectacled girl. The pretty girl instantly doubled over from the force and crumpled to the ground. When the rest of the youths witnessed this, they stepped back in horror. Zhao Jinglei's eyes flashed with a hint of madness, and she chased after Yu Zhong like a goose, with her strange blade technique flashing towards him again. "Hurry and escape. All of you. Your strength is decent, but your discerning ability is truly lacking." Yu Zhong activated his own gravity manipulation, and a strong gravitational force caused Zhao Jinglei's entire body to sink. At the next instant, Yu Zhong had already activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to the limit, evading Zhao Jinglei's blow with ease, and his right hand grabbed on her throat. He then barked coldly, "Throw down your weapon." Zhao Jinglei's expression turned extremely pale, gripping her silver blades tightly, not willing to let go. Her entire skill relied on these dual blades, and if she were to lose them, her combat strength would be reduced by over 70%. "Lei, Sister Lei, let go of her." The youths all looked helplessly and shouted when they saw Zhao Jinglei's plight. Yu Zhong kept his fingers clenched around Zhao Jinglei's neck, and his voice was thick with killing intent. "I've already gone easy. If you want to continue resisting, you and your friends can forget about leaving alive today. Don't hurt them." Her face turned pale, and she finally released her silver blades. Looking at the pair of silver blades dropping on the ground, Yu Zhong then released his grip. He looked at the rest of the youths and whisked out his stinger. "I'll say it directly. Little rascals, I admire your strength and abilities. The price of offending me is to serve me for 2 years. After that, you'll be free to go." Zhao Jinglei's pale countenance finally regained some color, and she asked, "We truly apologize for offending you today. May we please have another option? We're willing to look for rations as payback." Yu Zhong aimed the stinger at the pretty bespectacled girl still doubled over on the ground, his tone icy. "No, serve me for 2 years, or die here. Your choice." Zhao Jinglei's strength was truly something else. Yu Zhong didn't wish for anything untoward to happen the next day. Zhao Jinglei gritted her teeth in frustration and stared back at Yu Zhong with a clear gaze. "Fine, I'll promise you. However, I'll make myself clear, we will not be your swords to be used for anything against morals. You cannot touch my friends and must ensure their safety and well-being. You cannot skimp on our resources allocation as well." Since the collapse of society, in the world where depravity was slowing consuming humanity, Yu Zhong had never seen such a clear pair of eyes before, and he couldn't help but be moved. He gave his word and threw a few life-saving grass to her before saying, "Fine, come with me. This is for your wounds. Give them to your friends, and they'll recover faster." Zhao Jing Lei took up the medicine and hesitated a while before using it on herself. She did not dare to give things with unknown sources to her friends. She might be kind, but she wasn't a fool. A young oval-shaped face woman then suggested, "Sister Lei, why don't we run now? I don't think he'll be able to catch us." The rest looked at her and awaited her decision. They were from the same school prior to the apocalypse and have been moving together. If it wasn't for Zhao Jing Lei naturally awakening as an evolver, they would have perished umpteen times. That was why their faith in her was so strong. Zhao Jing Lei picked up the pair of blades and looked at Yu Zhong's departing back. She hesitated a while, but in the end shook her head. "No, let's just observe for the time being. Zhong Ying, Lei Tai, Zhao Yi, Tian are all injured. We need some place to rest anyway." With a single sentence, the rest of them did not push the case and followed behind Yu Zhong as they came to the villa. "What a pretty girl." The moment they entered, they say Tenpi Osaka, and they were shocked. Zhao Jinglei looked at Tenpi Osaka and shifted her gaze to Yu Zhong, becoming more guarded. This fellow is definitely a pervert. Tenpi Osaka looked back at them without any expressions, silently reading her Chinese textbook. Ever since Takamijahara wasn't willing to use their machines to exchange for Tenpi Osaka, she had become totally withdrawn and was brought to China by Yu Zhong. He made her study Chinese, and she who had lost faith in what she believed in before gradually became accustomed to listening to Yu Zhong's commands. He didn't force her to do anything, nor anything she disliked. He gave the basic courtesy as a human being as well. In return, although she didn't express her desire to work for him, she had already silently complied with his orders. As the villa that Chan Fei Hua had arranged for them was big, Zhao Jinglei and the rest found a room and moved in, taking care of their injured members. Not long after, Li Guang, who had gone to Shimanlai's, came back and reported to Yu Zhong. Li Guang began his report. "Leader, as per your instructions, I've agreed to join Radiant Sun Triad. He had even gifted a beauty to pull me closer. Your subordinate did not dare reject, and hence accepted the beauty. Your subordinate seeks your understanding." Li Guang was also a powerful evolver who had reached level 42, and his experience was abundant. Together with his elite archer subordinates, they were considered a decent force out here in the Central Plains. Yu Zhong smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry. Since he had already gifted you a beauty, she's yours. Those who work for me will definitely be taken care of." Li Guang was overjoyed. "Thank you, leader. There were all sorts of people in this world, and some heads were selfish and wanted dips on everything their subordinates had. Such leaders would not really gain any true followers." Yu Zhong and Li Guang continued their discussion. Within a golden tent far out in the Central Plains, a burly man with a long knife scar on his face, wearing a yellow robe and an emperor crown on his head, stared out with his gaze fierce and his expression grim. A few men stood in 2 rows on either side in front of him. This was the Khan of the Great Turkic Empire War. He was already a member of the East Turkestan Separatist Party. When he had awoken as a natural evolver, he had swiftly subjugated the rest of the members in the East Turkestan Party and started expanding. Many nationalists and extremists lacked the platform prior to the apocalypse, but when the world changed, it was a good strategy to gather people. Wu'er Tuatha had then expanded pretty smoothly in the Xinjiang region, but the zombie horde had continually attacked his base of operations. After countless clashes, they had been defeated and were forced towards the deeper parts of Mongol to resettle and expand again. The main force under their banner was the 40,000 Uyghur youths that he had manipulated into being loyal to him. Wu'er Tuatha surveyed his men around him and spoke slowly but sternly. "The Radiant Sun Triad Shiman Lai has organized a convention of heroes in order to form an alliance to defend against our Gold Wolf Riders. Who's willing to go in this emperor's name, to take back the heads of these Han dogs and turn Tianmu town into this emperor's base?" Ever since he had conquered the East Turkestan Party and proclaimed himself as king, he had started using the term "this emperor" to refer to himself, as a form of distinction between him and the common people. Another burly man with a deep-set gaze and high nose stepped out, and his voice rang out, "Great Khan, Molei is willing to go in Khan's stead, to lead men and conquer Tianmu town, to kill the men and gift the women and children to Great Khan." Molei was also one of the members from the East Turkestan party, and he killed without batting an eyelid. He was truly a great general, and had helped fight for war all the way. The number of survivors that had died at his hands truly numbered too many to count. War roared out in laughter. "Good, Molei. This emperor will grant you 4,000 gold wolf riders to attack Tianmu town. You must ensure that the grounds bleed with their blood. Gagani, you shall be his second in command, and to help him obtain Tianmu town." While the Radiant Sun Triad had thousands of survivors, not everyone had weapons. 4,000 gold wolf riders were more than enough to take down tens of thousands of a motley bunch. Wu was thus extremely confident in his soldiers. Another man with a medium stature who looked like an ordinary Han person replied respectfully, "Yes, my liege, your subordinate will definitely assist Molei." Molei's expression was solemn as he looked back at work, not saying anything. Before the apocalypse, their relationship had been good and could speak freely. However, since proclaiming himself as emperor, Wu had thus gained much prestige, and Molei did not dare to be on casual terms any longer. The 4,000 gold wolf riders thus rode out in a cloud of dust. In a small villa that stood on its own, there were hundreds of people gathered. These were the various solo warriors from all over the plains, as well as some members from the Blue Triad, Red Triad, and various other gangs. Lai had invited all the various heroes together, with the pretext of fending off the other powers with their own Han people, while in fact bolstering his own strength. In truth, the number of Hans out here in the Central Plains were truly numerous. However, the powers were all scattered, and had no way of contending against the united forces of the Gold Wolf Riders, or the Huangjin clan, or even the Manchu Empire. If they truly all gathered, they would become a force to be reckoned with, that was larger than the rest of the factions. It was precisely because of this that the rest of the factions would choose to band together to annihilate any outstanding Han hero, even while fighting amongst themselves. In the villa, in preparation for the congregation, there was a stage set up with 10 seats. Below the stage, 2 long tables were set up where the various heroes had gathered. Only the well-known Han experts had the qualifications to sit at that table. Someone like Zhong, who was not well known around these parts, could only stand aside. Barbecued lamb, beef, milk were brought out by numerous beautiful servants. The various heroes began to grab the meat and ate without a care for their image. After the apocalypse, the lives of these solo wanderers have been extremely tough. Most of the cattle out in the Central Plains were owned by various factions. The game in the wild were tough and vicious mutant beasts. In the cities, there were still many zombies roaming about. Even evolvers faced the possibility of dying. Therefore, these solo wanderers were forced to be bandits, otherwise they would die of hunger. Even in the event that they successfully hunt down some mutant beasts, they could only bring it back to sell it to the larger factions who usually exploit them. Many of them lived meal to meal. Now that they were invited to this feast, they would naturally not hold back. As they ate, the leaders of the other factions eyed each other and began to engage in quarrels. The entire scene was like a huge marketplace. There were many of them who did not like to study when they were younger and were coarse and boorish people. The curses thrown got more vulgar and coarse as time passed. There were many strong rice buckets who were here, but at the same time, there were true, powerful evolvers like Zhao Jinglei. Zhong stood quietly and observed the people, noting many of the useless loudmouths, but at the same time, discovering some true talents. Chapter 609, Alliance Meeting. Chapter 609, Alliance Meeting. There were many snakes and dragons mixed into the crowd, and Zhong discovered 12 experts. His senses told him that they were different from the rest. "Who's that?" Zhong pointed to one young man of about 21 who was dressed in white, a long sword on his back, his brows thick and powerful, his features unique. There was a proud aura about him, causing Zhong to ask Guang. There were few people who used swords. Zhong mostly came across blade users, as the God and Devil system usually generated the Tang replica sword. Of course, there were other sort of weapons that dropped once in a while. However, in Guangxi and Hunan, most of the low-level warlords preferred the Tang replica swords. Li Guang looked at the youth and muttered, "That's the sword master, Pai Jianyi. It's rumored that he had killed an L3 with a single sword slash. He's unparalleled in close combat. His sword skills are truly top-notch. No one can win him in a close combat fight. Any enemy of his had been killed. Of course, he might be arrogant, but not stupid. He had never antagonized any major power. I didn't expect him to come." "What about that person?" Zhong looked at another burly-looking man who had a 3M hammer beside him. He was wearing a sleeveless warrior's clothing, revealing a large amount of chest hair. His entire body was covered in scars, and he was gorging on the meat. "That's Big Bear Qinzhen. He has fearsome strength, and it's rumored that the hammer beside him weighs over 500 kilograms. He could easily flatten an L2, and is someone not easy to deal with as well." As Li Guang continued to introduce the characters that Zhong took notice of, 10 enhancers came to the stage and sat down. The seats on the stage were set up specifically for the various leaders of the major Han factions. Only those who had over 1,000 people under them had the qualifications to sit on those seats. This time, Shimen Lai had invited the leaders of the 10 largest tribes, namely the Heaven's Will Sect, the Scarlet Sun Sect, the Universal Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Red Triad, the Blue Triad, the Golden Wolf Triad, the Pink Triad, the Green Bamboo Triad, and himself of the Radiant Sun Triad. Of the 10 leaders, 8 were male, while the leaders of the Pink Triad and Green Bamboo Triad were female. Zhong cast a slightly longer gaze at these two. The chief of the Pink Triad was an ordinary woman with an ordinary physique. However, her eyes radiated with intelligence. The leader of the Green Bamboo Triad was a tall woman of 1.9 m, her entire body rippling with muscles, her waist thicker than a vat, and her expression grim. It seemed that not all women leaders were as ravishing as Ding Mei or Shangwan Bing Shui. One middle-aged man who was dressed in a suit and had shiny black hair, with a restrained aura, spoke up with a slight smile. "Welcome to the Alliance gathering today. I'm your host, Chief Shimen Lai from the Radiant Sun Triad. I'm honored to meet you heroes." The moment he appeared, a strange atmosphere overcame the entire venue, as everyone piped down subconsciously as all arguments came to a halt. Zhong could feel the spiritual pulse from Shimen Lai's words, spirit fluctuations. This is a spirit-based ability. Seems like Shimen Lai has some moves. When he finished, the rest of the leaders began to introduce themselves, allowing the rest of the audience to get to know them. "Everybody, heed my words. Out here in the Central Plains, the Turkic Empire's Gold Wolf Riders, the Mongol King's Huang Jing clan, and the Manchu Empire 8 Flags Army have been treating us Han people like sheep. Every day, our fellow Han's people are being assaulted by them. Each time, the men would be killed, the women and children would be whisked away to become slaves and tortured at their hands. If this goes on, the entire Central Plains will become their hunting grounds, and we Han people will be the lowest of the low. Our Han people are hardworking, kind, and brave. We're not necessarily worse off than the Turks or Mongols or even the Manchurians. We have hot-blooded warriors and powerful heroes. As to why we have ended up today's state is because we have allowed minor squabbles to tear us apart. As long as we work together, we can definitely become the largest power here in the Central Plains and step over all of the rest. It's precisely due to this that I've announced this gathering to form an alliance, gather the various heroes from all over the Central Plains, and work together to deal with the Turks, Mongols, or the Manchurians. Thank you. Shimin Lai's passionate speech resounded all over the venue. After Shimin Lai finished speaking, the venue broke out in resounding applause. The other factions were well known for capturing people of other races as slaves, allowing their own people to lead better lives. Such a strategy would strengthen their own people while suppressing the other races. Thus, the unity between their own people would strengthen. However, it was at the cost of the other races. No one was willing to be a slave, especially since the world had modernized and received education. The current slaves were all forced against their will due to strength. When many of those who had smaller factions out in the Central Plains thought about the possibility of their own bases being destroyed and becoming slaves to the other three great factions, they couldn't help but shudder. This was why they all responded to this call to form an alliance. Zhao Jing heard Shimin Lai's nationalistic words and frowned as she sighed slightly. Why do we have to eliminate the Turks, Mongols, and Manchurians? Aren't we all Chinese? Why must we kill amongst ourselves? Zhong eyed the naive girl and responded coolly. Simple. Everyone just wants to live better lives. No one wants to become anyone's slaves. To those who cannot be reasoned with, only strength can force them to listen. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Only by becoming an existence more powerful than them will you be able to talk about peace. Since the three other factions want to kill us, we should just kill them. Simple as that. Don't make it too complicated. Zhong did not like the internal strife. However, if there was somebody who chose to block his path, he would not show them any mercy. As long as it was an enemy, he would stop at nothing to eradicate them, regardless of who they were or where they came from. Even if some Han people wanted to bar his path, he would kill. Since nobody really disagreed or objected, the motion to form an alliance was pushed through, and every faction present agreed to join. In truth, everyone had already known about this beforehand, and those who had participated were of a mind to join. After all, strength in numbers. Those who weren't interested would not have sent anybody over. One particular hero called out, Chief Shimin is a hero of our times, wise and valiant. He had brought the Radiant Sun Triad to constantly fend off the three factions and possesses abundant experience. I vote for him to be our alliance leader and lead us to defeat the other three factions, to unite the Central Plains, to conquer the country and build a new China. Shimin Lai is wise and valiant. I vote for him to be our leader too. No way. I vote for my Red Triad's Chief Huang Shui to be the leader. He's a man of intelligence and had been an official in the government before the apocalypse. He has strong governance skill and experience. With him as the chief, wouldn't the alliance soar quickly? Hey, Huang Shui is an old lecher that lusts after women. He spent his time all over his women. How would he be in charge of the alliance? I reckon the chief of the Golden Wolf Triad Mu Tang to be the alliance leader. Chief Mu is young and promising, his energy strong and full of vitality, and his combat prowess truly unrivaled amongst his peers. As long as he is the chief, the alliance would definitely become powerful. One by one, the various members of the audience began to argue for their own nominations, with many of the secret accomplices that the leaders had sent out beforehand to try and rally for their own backing. The leaders watched the commotion without any sign of stopping them. Sword Master Pai Jianni stepped out, and his voice rang. Everybody, silence. His voice carried a strange force that immediately overpowered the entire venue. Everyone's gaze fell on a Pai Jianni. He spoke arrogantly. Out here, the strong prey on the weak. I feel that the alliance leader should be the strongest person. Let me suggest a competition of martial arts to compete for the strongest position, and the winner will be the leader. I agree. A competition is great. Me too. Those rowdy men who had been hollering over one another immediately burst out in appreciative laughter. One hero stood up to shake his head. I object. What era are we in? Martial arts competition? A person's strength could not single-handedly fight an entire army. I recommend that Chief Shimin with the most number of survivors under him to be the leader. The entire venue again fell into chaos. Many argue fervently. These were all leaders of their own factions with survivors depending on them, who would be willing to give their position of authority up. Zhong observed coldly, and he knew that the solo Wanderpai Jian he would definitely not be able to become the leader. It was likely that it would be one of those in the larger factions. Chapter 610 Attack of the Gold Wolf Riders. Chapter 610 Attack of the Gold Wolf Riders. Everyone quietened down. Shimin Lai's sonorous voice rang out, and the noise soon died down. He then wore a smile and said, "All right, let's do this. We shall all vote. The person who garners the most vote will become the leader. It's the fairest. What does everyone think?" "Good. Let's do that." "All right. That is democratic." Many people sounded their approval, and the suggestions of those solo warriors like Pai Jian were suppressed. Hearing the cheers, Shimin Lai's face blossomed in a strange smile. Most of the powers here had been pulled over by him. As long as they went with this method, he would be sure to become the alliance chief. Right at this moment, a soldier suddenly hastened up the podium and reported, "Chief, not good. The Gold Wolf Riders are rushing over now. There are over thousands of them." "What? The Gold Wolf Riders are here?" Shimin Lai's face changed when he heard that. The Radiant Sun sect had 7,000 people, of which most of them were survivors. The true warriors and fighters were only about 800 people, and out of these 800, only 200 had guns and about 20 machine guns. Gold Wolf Riders were the elites of the Turkic Empire, and they had guns. Goodness knows how many establishments have been raided by them. They were ferocious and violent, and when Shimin Lai heard their name, his expression turned ugly. "Gold Wolf Riders. Are they here? How did it become like this? I wouldn't have come if I knew." "It's over. We're over." When they heard that the Gold Wolf Riders were on their way, the various small-time leaders and solo wanderers became frightened. The infamous Gold Wolf Riders were associated with death and massacre. Many notable Han experts had fallen at their hands. After all, no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't stand up against an army. Furthermore, in most of the clashes, the Gold Wolf Riders had their fair share of experts. Huang Shui, the chief of Red Triad, suddenly shouted, "I recommend Chief Shimin to be the leader of the alliance." Mu Tang of the Golden Wolf Triad also exclaimed, "Right? Chief Shimin is truly a hero. He should be able to lead us to defeat the enemy." The leaders of the 10 largest triads who had been keeping quiet began to vote for Shimin Lai to become the alliance leader. If the Gold Wolf Riders were to really breach Tianmu town, then the alliance leader would surely die. The alluring role of the alliance leader was now a sacrificial position, avoided by all of them. A bunch of fools. If they were to breach, you think you can live on? Shimin Lai was not an idiot, and he knew what they were after. His face, however, maintained a peaceful expression as he replied, "The matter of the alliance chief is too important. We will need to reconsider this. I feel that we should get someone with abundant experience to lead us. Chief Huang, you're the perfect person for this. Only you can take on this role." Huang Shui immediately rejected. No. This time, you organize this gathering. You're the one most suitable to be the leader. Don't reject the appointment. Otherwise, you're truly letting down all of the heroes here." As the various leaders pushed and pulled, Zhong stepped out and barked out, "Since you all aren't willing, I'll take it on." Shimin Lai's eyes brightened up as he spoke to Zhong amicably. "This little brother, how should we address you?" Zhong replied indifferently. "Zhong, courageous." Shimin Lai praised and exchanged glances with the rest of the leaders. "This young hero Zhong has courage beyond his peers, and famed. I recommend him to be the first alliance leader. What does everyone think?" Good. I agree. The rest of them expressed their consent, looking at Zhong as though pitying him as a dead fool. Without any hesitation, Zhong immediately called on the 12 people he had taken note of. "Good. I'm now the alliance chief. Pai Jian Qin Zhen, Zhou, Jiang, Gutao, Pan Sheng, Luo Ding, He, Jiang Fong, Pan Ling, Panda Shi Zhoumu. The 12 of you will form the guards, joining my troops and strength. Come with me to the front lines to kill the enemies. Your direct supervisor will be this lady, Tenpyo Saka. Zhong swept his gaze across the 12 of them before saying, "Those who are willing to join me in killing those bastards, come over. Those who don't, you better scram far." He then spoke to the leaders of the factions with a tone of finality. "As for you guys, all the triads will now be as they are. The rest of the warriors here are to form the Dragon Fong Battalion. The Dragon Fong Battalion will be under the charge of Li Guang. Li Guang, stay behind and organize them. Shimin Lai, the rest of you, come to the front lines with me." At this time, one person with a weird temper and disposition stepped out from the hundreds of warriors. "Who the fuck are you? How dare you command us?" Zhong whisked out his stinger and pulled the trigger without batting an eyelid. Pump! Following the loud gunshot, the man's brain was splattered all over the ground, his headless corpse crumpling. He then swept his gaze past everybody with a strong killing intent billowing. "I'm now the Alliance Chief of the Great Han Alliance. I have taken on the responsibility to lead everyone to destroy the 3 other factions and have the authority to mobilize everyone here. Those who disobey will be considered as traitors and disloyal dogs. Death to those people, and their families will be branded as slaves. Anyone else has any opinions?" Seeing how Zhong had disposed of the one guy that had just questioned him, everyone's heart was chilled to the very core. They had seen how fast his actions were, and not many could actually make out his movements. "Damn it, did I just invite a wolf into the den?" Shimin Lai watched Zhong, his heart filled with a growing chill. He turned to Li Guang and had a bad feeling about this. The rest of the 9 leaders saw how decisive and clean Zhong had dealt with opposition, and their hearts were also shocked. However, with the imminent attack by the Gold Wolf Riders, and the fact that Zhong's strength seemed to be beyond their imagination, they maintained their cool. As for the 12 experts pointed out, especially by Zhong, they were filled with different emotions. Initially, they had viewed him with contempt and disregard, but the moment he displayed his strength and charisma, their attitudes towards him changed. "If no one has any other views, then let's move. Come with me." Zhong barked out coldly and left the hall. Shimin Lai and the rest of the leaders followed after. Out of the 12 that Zhong had called for, 10 hesitated a while before following him as well, leaving behind Pai Jian, who had a strange expression, and a young monk. The monk looked towards Pai Jian before placing his palms together and said, "Amit Ba, this small monk here would have to engage in killing after all. Brother Pai, this small monk will make a move first." He then marched out right after Zhong. Pai Jian's countenance flickered before he gritted his teeth and chased after as well. "Ah, forget it. This time it's to go kill those bastard. It's definitely not, because I'm obeying his orders." Tian Mutown's fortification was pretty decent, and since Shimin Lai knew the dangers of being in the Central Plains, he had no way of obtaining decent firepower, hence he focused on the fortifications. Zhong led the people towards a high vantage point. His eyesight had been enhanced, and could clearly see the approaching Gold Wolf Riders in the distance. On the platform, when the rest of the leaders caught sight of the approaching enemies, their faces were extremely ugly. This was the infamous Gold Wolf Riders' army. Zhong's face remained impassive as he waved his hands and pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle. He took a quick aim and fired. Punk! Following that gunshot, one rider was immediately pierced through the chest and fell from his horse. It was a difficult feat even for Zhong to get a headshot on riders at such a distance away. However, aiming for the body was definitely easier. He didn't need to specially kill them after all, as surviving casualties were more of a problem than dead comrades. Zhong killed 3 more riders and ordered coldly, "Convey my orders. All snipers are to attack." Zhou, one of the 12, stepped out silently with his falcon sniper and began sniping. Pump, pump. Under his deadly aim, the Gold Wolf Riders began to fall one by one. His speed of sniping was even faster than Zhong by 3 times. Snipers! Snipers attack! Shimenlai also hollered out. Within the Radiant Sun Triad, there were 5 snipers. At the same time, another 13 snipers from the rest of the 9 Great Triads stepped forwards and began firing. Under the rain of bullets, a number of strong killers of the Gold Wolf Riders fell in pools of their own blood. The devastation caused by 20 elite snipers was truly scary. Within a while, over 80 Gold Wolf Riders had fallen. Seeing this, Molei's eyes turned bloodshot and he barked, "Charge! Everyone charge! As long as we charge, it will be our world at our fingertips. After conquering Tianmu town, you guys will be able to do whatever y'all want for 3 days. The first to enter the town and kill them would be awarded 10 bulls, 2 beautiful virgins, and a promotion of 3 ranks." Under that passionate riling and the attraction of the rewards, the Gold Wolf Riders let out a resounding cheer and began to charge towards Tianmu town like a gust of wind. Right as they were about to breach the town and unleash a massacre, half-circles appeared all around the wooden fence surrounding Tianmu town, revealing numerous gunmen, the firepower intended to support the defense. From the fortification, a hail of bullets rained out, blanketing the approaching Gold Wolf Riders. Chapter 611. Fierce Dong Heir Molei. Chapter 611. Fierce Dong Heir Molei. What a fool! What era are we already in? Still using such tactics to breach the town? Scram back and go suck a tit. Fools! Ha ha! Those fools actually dare charge in a city on horseback. It's the first time I've seen such idiocy. So it turns out that the infamous Gold Wolf Riders are only so-so. When the various warriors on the platform looked at how the Gold Wolf Riders were throwing themselves at the city while being punched full of holes, their fear in their eyes dissipated. Instead, they began roaring with laughter. Shimenlai stared at those riders and his eyes were filled with contempt. Their prestige truly surpasses them. Who would have known that the famed Gold Wolf Riders had actually been turned into livestock for slaughter in front of my Tianmu town? Huang Shui of the Red Triad was the one that spoke fairly. Theses Gold Wolf Riders are well known for their drawn-out battles, while breaching a city isn't really their strength. The current leader of this troop must have been too arrogant and thought they could charge in and end this quickly. It was as per Huang Shui's words. If it were out in the wild, the 4,000 elite soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders could definitely crush the forces of Tianmu town. However, under the circumstances where they lacked the heavy firepower, it was pure stupidity to use the riders themselves to try and charge down the city walls. The leader of the Gold Wolf Riders wouldn't be this dumb, right? Zhong continued to take down the Gold Wolf Riders one by one, but he continued to observe them carefully. He had a feeling that these warriors weren't so simple. Otherwise, how could so many Han factions fall at their hands? At this distance, Zhong's accuracy was terrifying. Each and every shot of his would be a headshot. Dong Heir Molei looked his troops falling one by one, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed out, "St. Wolf Riders! Charge! Kill these Han dogs! The entire Central Plains belong to our great Turkic Empire. Long live the great Turkic Empire! Long live the great Turkic Empire! Long live the great Turkic Empire!" The Gold Wolf Riders began to roar out with passion and fervor. They had been totally brainwashed by Dong Heir Molei and had become ardent supporters of the rise of the Turkic Empire. To them, dying on the battlefield for the cause of the Turkic Empire was an honor. In this apocalypse, with the crumbling of society and corruption of morals and principles, everyone did not know what the future holds. Amidst that fear, many seek some form of hope. That was why triads and sects appeared. These warriors of the Gold Wolf Triad had all been ordinary Turkic Uyghur youths. However, under the brainwashing of Dong Heir Molei, they had become passionate extremists for their empire. In truth, Zhong had such forces within his subordinates as well. Those youth guards that he created usually consisted of his ardent supporters. They were willing to fight to the death for him. The younger they were, the more hot-blooded. In the recent history of China, it was due to many passionate and hot-blooded youths that sacrificed their blood and sweat to help form China. Suddenly, a warrior charged out from the midst of the 4,000 gold wolf riders, his entire body decked in yellow, with a wolf possessing a single horn sewn on his chest. These warriors with the single horn wolves on their chest were the Saint Wolf Riders amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, the elites of the elites. A bullet slammed into the body of one Saint Wolf Rider, causing him to fall on the ground. However, he stood up after a while and continued onward, making his way for Tianmu town like a zombie. The 200 Saint Wolf Riders braved the rain of bullets and charged right at the gates of Tianmu town. They raised their fingers and pointed to the walls, and the numerous ground spike rings on their fingers lit up as countless earth spikes shot from the ground, piercing the soldiers within the defense bunkers. Within the bunkers, the wretched screams sounded out, and the firepower of Tianmu town decreased substantially. Seeing this, the expressions of the people within the walls turned ugly. If the defensive bunkers were taken out, then everyone within the town would definitely face death. Zhong eyed the experts of the 10 great factions and ordered, Shimen Lai, Fei Tu, Zhao Li, Guli Xian, Huang Shui, Yi, Mu Tang, Hua Yi, Dong Feng, Zhang Yuan, Mabo Lai, bring your men and come with me. Kill all gold wolf riders that breach the city. Li Guang, prepare the reinforcements. Without my order, do not move them. Charge with me. Those who don't will die. After that, Zhong led the 12 guards towards the battlefield. Hearing Zhong's orders, the eyes of the 10 leaders flashed with displeasure. But seeing Zhong charge into the front lines himself, they had nothing to say and could only grit their teeth to follow. Go die, Han Dog! The moment Zhong appeared on the battlefield, for Saint Wolf Riders bellowed and raised their curved blades, shooting towards Zhong and swinging down like meteors. Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade that had been enhanced till level 5 and easily met their blows, his blades slashing across their bodies. At the next instant, all 4 were sliced in two, their blood and organs splattering all over the ground. It was a gory sight. After disposing of those 4 in a second, he walked towards the rest of the Saint Wolf Riders, and his blade continued to flash about as the Saint Wolf Rider experts began to fall apart in halves. Sick. This man dared to take the lead. He truly does possess the qualities to lead as an alliance chief. The 12 guards that were following behind Zhong saw how easily he was slaughtering the Saint Wolf Riders and were shocked. However, they were peak experts out here in the Central Plains as well, being powerful evolvers, each of their levels exceeding 56. They were naturally proud and arrogant. Watching Zhong slaughter the soldiers, each of them suddenly felt the competitive to try and outdo one another, and they all charged at the Saint Wolf Riders. One Saint Wolf Rider raised his huge hammer and charged at Pai Jian Yi with a wind-like speed, his hammer swinging fast. Seeking death, Pai Jian Yi's eyes flashed with an icy light, and he shot forwards, his sword at his waist slashing out like a poisonous snake. Its speed was faster than a shooting star, and the unfortunate rider and his mount seemed to be placed through a meat grinder, as they were chopped up within seconds. After explosively killing that Saint Wolf Rider, Pai Jian Yi was still untouched, without a single speck of dust nor dirt. It was truly an awesome and carefree sight. On the other side, Big Bear Zhen was swinging his own 3M hammer, like a human-sized tank, as the 500 kilograms hammer was basically dancing around like a needle, but the unfortunate Saint Wolf Riders were pulverized beneath that weight. Pan Ling, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman who was dressed in black armor, wielded a bronze bow and fired continually at the Saint Wolf Riders, knocking them down. Umapa, forgive my sins. Forgive my sins. Please die. The monk Pan Sheng continued to strike out with his fists, empowered by some art, blasting the Saint Wolf Riders off the mounts, while their insides imploded from the terrifying strength. The leaders of the 10 factions had also led their own men into the fray. By relying on the pressure of the bunkers, The majority of the Gold Wolf Riders were unable to charge into the town yet. Otherwise, they would all be buried. Zhong and his team had easily killed over 200 of the Gold Wolf Riders' elite warriors. Such a loss was extremely devastating to the Gold Wolf Riders. Should they breach the city, they would surely unleash their wrath and pin up frustrations. There would only be one outcome. That was a massacre. The leaders of the 10 factions have heard about the exploits of the 3 empires, and they dreaded to think of their own fates. The Red Triad's chief Huang Shui, he had also charged into the battle. His ability was the firearms manipulation. He wielded dual guns and continued to fire without stopping, causing numerous Saint Wolf Riders to lose their heads. These Saint Wolf Riders had thick armor over their bodies, but their faces had no protection. The 20 Red Triad experts beside Huang Shui, he had formed a small circle to protect him and supported him with all sorts of other abilities. They managed to wipe out dozens of the Saint Wolf Riders and only lost 3 of their members to the enemy. They were not overly frenzied in their charge. Instead, they proceeded with caution and focused their attacks, bringing the Saint Wolf Riders down one by one. All of a sudden, Molei, whose entire body was covered in the fresh blood of his enemies, stared at Huang Shui and his group with a ferocious stare like a demon as he growled. "Just based on you trash? Han dogs, you dare to kill me subordinates. Today you will all be buried here. Kill him." Huang Shui stared at Molei, his heart overcome with a thick, icy intent. He hollered once and fired continuously with his guns. Molei's huge mace swung out and deflected the bullets. By the time the mace was back on the ground, there was a bronze ghost mask on his face. There were 7 experts well-versed in shooting beside Huang Shui as well, and they all began to fire nonstop. Rounds after rounds rained on the body of Molei, serving only to bounce of his body, as though there was no effect. "Go to hell." Molei laughed savagely and activated his charge ability, instantly making for Huang Shui, his momentum building up. At first, it was 6 times the speed of a normal person. In just 4 breaths of time, it had risen to about 23 times that of a person. One of the high-level enhancers beside Huang Shui activated his ability, Rock Wall, causing an earthen wall to materialize in front of Huang Shui. Pong! Molei's mace slammed into the wall, causing it to disintegrate entirely, and he appeared in front of Huang Shui, laughing savagely, and swung the huge mace downwards viciously. A look of despair flashed past Huang Shui's eyes, when suddenly a bright shield of light appeared in front of him, protecting him. The huge mace of Molei slammed into the shield of light, shattering it, before continuing in its trajectory and pulverized Huang Shui into minced meat. After smashing Huang Shui dead, he quickly swung it all around him and killed 6 other enhancers. When the forces of the Red Triad saw that things were turning bad, they quickly scattered. At this time, 50 Saint Wolf Riders charged out from behind Molei and chased the Red Triad members down. Molei's eyes lit up in bloodlust as he roared, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill all the Han dogs! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 50 Saint Wolf Riders roared out after him. With an enraged bellow, Molei led his forces towards the Blue Triad. "No!" The chief of the Blue Triad, Xuan, also had a look of despair before the huge mace came swinging down on his head, smashing him dead. Blood splattered all over Molei's body, giving him a terrifying appearance. "Huh! Han dogs are weak! Huh!" Molei roared out with mad laughter in the midst of corpses, looking like a demon. Molei was after all the most prominent evolver amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, being a strength and endurance dual attribute evolver. At the same time, he possessed many strength-based skills, ABD abilities. Many experts had fallen at his hands. He led the Saint Wolf Riders as they rampaged all over the battlefield, killing the leaders of the Scarlet Sun Sect and Universal Sect. Many of the Gold Wolf riders following him charged through Tianmu town. At this time, the battle had reached a powerful climax. Every second, there would be Gold Wolf riders being killed. At the same time, the various heroes and experts of the triads and sects were also dying. Under Dong'er Molei's heavy assault, the remaining 6 triads were being beaten back, and their morale was decreasing. Waving his mace, Dong'er Molei charged through the ranks of the remaining 6 triads, smashing a warrior into pulp. He suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis and twisted his body as a shield of light appeared in front of his body. A stinger bullet round smashed into the shield of light, causing it to shudder. Dong'er Molei turned and saw Zhong eyeing him coldly with the stinger in his hands. "It's you, damn Han dog. You dare to try assassinate me. Watch how I tear you into pieces." Dong'er Molei laughed savagely and activated his charge ability again, making his way for Zhong like a human tank. The 50 Saint Wolf riders beside Dong'er Molei was made up on men and women, and were top enhancers and evolvers of the Turkic Empire. They followed after Dong'er Molei, charging for Zhong and his 12 experts. Chapter 612, Repelling the Gold Wolf Riders. Chapter 612, Repelling the Gold Wolf Riders. But the warriors by Dong'er Molei's side were all peak experts of the Turkic Empire. Among them, 8 of them possessed a combat strength not weaker than Pai Jian. The remaining 42 might not necessarily be a match for Pai Jian and the rest individually, but as a team, they were more than enough to deal with them. Both sides immediately went all out in a crazy slaughter, as terrifying sword beams, shadow flickers, summoned beasts, flashing of silhouettes, rising flame pillars, and all sorts of abilities were all exhibited. Dong'er Molei had become a terrifying human-shaped tank that was constantly using his charge ability, making a beeline for Zhong. Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as he activated his art of fear, and a terrifying pressure assaulted Dong'er Molei's mind. The art of fear skill was the bet to deal with strength and agility type enhancers. If the opponent did not take care of his spirit, no matter how high their strength or agility, they would be instantly killed by Zhong. That powerful spiritual attack blasted Dong'er Molei, and in response, a white light radiated, causing the attack to dissipate. "It's useless. All spirit-based attacks are useless to me. Fool." Dong'er Molei's speed was enhanced under his charge attack, and had reached 25 times that of a normal human. He grinned savagely, and his heavy mace swung up, intending to crush Zhong with an MT tie-like strength. With the support of his ability and the crazy speed he had reached, the mace swung down at a speed that broke the sound barrier. So far, not a single person had been able to withstand a single strike of his. A powerful body, terrifying strength, in addition to the thrice-enhanced charge ability. This was the reason why Dong'er Molei was widely feared on the battlefield. Zhong's pupils constricted and he activated his shadow steps, his body flashing to one side, and the black tooth blades swing out wildly. Dang! A huge sound of metals coming in contact rang out. The heavy hammer of Dong'er Molei was knocked back by Zhong's counter, while Zhong himself felt his arms go numb from the 20 times strength of Dong'er Molei. His black tooth blade almost flew out of his hands. After dodging that deadly blow, Zhong whisked out his stinger with insane speed, instantly firing 6 shots at Dong'er Molei's head. A shield of light appeared from Dong'er Molei's body and blocked the 6 stinger shots before collapsing. "Interesting. Take this." He roared out in mad laughter, activating his ability Giant's Blow. In an instant, his strength and agility was enhanced by 40 points, and he swung down with a force that threatened to tear the fabric of space. Level 3 Giant's Blow, it could bolster the user's next attack by enhancing the agility and strength greatly. This was one of the most overpowering skills Dong'er Molei had in his arsenal. He was different from a lone warrior. With the status as one of the leaders in the Turkic Empire, he had access to resources and skill books. He naturally chose suitable techniques that complemented his path of combat. As for most lone warriors, they would usually learn whatever skills they could. Hence, there were cases of warriors with skill that did not complement one another. This was one of the largest obstacles for the majority of lone warriors to become top experts. Facing that impending blow, Zhong remained expressionless. He leaped back a few meters and dodged that blow. After that, he cast the gravity manipulation skill on him, and a powerful gravitational pull weighed down on Molei, causing his body to sink. 2 times gravity? Just this is useless. Molei laughed coldly and charged straight for Zhong again. Zhong continued to retreat while reloading the stinger and fired another 6 shots. Molei swung his huge hammer up over his face to protect himself, continuing his charge. The 6 bullets blasted his body, causing his clothes to be ripped, revealing an inner Type 3 mutant beast hide. The stinger had already been enhanced to a level 5 treasure, but it still couldn't penetrate the hide of a Type 3 beast. However, the resulting force of the bullets would not be negated. To think that Molei was seemingly unaffected by it. This showed how fearsome this man was. It hurts. Die, bastard. Molei's face twisted in pain and roared out in agony. He then activated his giant's blow again, in conjunction with his charge. This caused his speed to reach 29 times that of a person. The hammer in his hands became a meteor that shot towards Zhong. At this point, Molei's speed was almost on par with Zhong. This blow was sure to hit Zhong. Zhong had no choice but to raise his black-toothed blade to parry and do his best to meet the force. Dang! Following the loud sound of contact, the black-toothed blade was sent flying from Zhong's hands due to the recoil, and he himself was sent knocked back. Having gained the upper hand, Molei roared out in mad laughter and continued to use his charge, rushing for Zhong. Zhong was in midair, and his arms were still smarting from the earlier clash. If it wasn't for his endurance, his hands might have been destroyed by that earlier blow. As Zhong was pressurized by Molei, the rest of the battlefield had also reached a crucial point. Tian, he was being suppressed by an expert with yellow hair. His sword beams were shooting everywhere, being matched by his opponent's blade beams. Both parties were equal, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Shang was being dogged by a melee expert as well, both fists meeting each other, their legs clashing every once in a while. The sounds of their clashes were explosive, and being peak close combat experts, it was unclear to whom victory would belong to in a short time. Big Bear Jing was being tied down by a voluptuous beauty who was decked in leather, her hair tied up in a ponytail, and her hands wielding dual blades. Her speed reached 18 times that of a person, and her movement speed was like the wind, constantly sending out cautionary blows to test Jin's strength. Jin roared out constantly in frustration, but he could not do anything. He had no way of chasing the woman, and if he was not careful, she would breach his defense and forced him to a pathetic state. Tenpi Osaka used her second-order stealth and her capabilities to assassinate 2 Saint Wolf Riders before she was held at bay by the rest of them. These Saint Wolf Riders were all experts with abundant experience. 3 agility-based evolvers, 1 spirit-based evolver, and 2 strength-based evolver formed a small group that surrounded her as they unleashed torrential attacks, forcing her to be at a disadvantage. Of the 6, she could definitely deal with them individually, but when they joined forces, it was truly hard for her to exhibit her strengths. The rest of the experts were also forced at a standstill by the various peak experts of the Saint Wolf Riders. By now, the experts of the 10 Great Triads had already retreated from the center of the battlefield, choosing to go after the ordinary Gold Wolf Riders. Although they had been forced to enter the battlefield, they weren't willing to sacrifice their own lives for Zhong. As long as those soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders weren't allowed to rally, they were of no threat to the experts. Hence, they acted out, killing many of the Gold Wolf Riders. In truth, many of the Gold Wolf Riders had already begun to penetrate the town from the bunkers. By acting against them, those experts were able to keep these Gold Wolf Riders at bay. I need to end this quickly. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly while in midair and pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired once at the charging Molei. The moment the gun appeared in Yu Zhong's hands, Molei immediately felt a sense of dread. He ignored the backlash of canceling his skill and forced it to stop, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he dodged to the side. A bright flash of light appeared, and the next instant, Molei's right shoulder was blasted apart, his entire right arm falling to the ground. What is that weapon? How is it so destructive? Molei's eyes were wide with shock, as he was able to even withstand the force of cannons. Yet he was now injured by this strange weapon, even losing his right arm. He could feel the impending threat of death. Since he lost his arm to this fearsome weapon, he was truly feeling the possibility of death. Yu Zhong regained his balance after that strike, and aimed once more. At the moment, Molei instantly activated his strongest skill, the second-order werewolf transformation, and he instantly transformed into a werewolf towering at over 2 m, his entire body rippling with powerful muscles. After transforming into the werewolf, his muscles tensed, and he quickly leaped into the air, escaping towards the distance with his 26 times speed. He only left a single word as he fled: retreat. As strong as Yu Zhong was, he could not lock onto a werewolf with 26 times speed hellbent on escaping. He quickly adjusted his electromagnetic gun to fire at another strength-based evolver wielding a huge hammer. With a bright flash, the Saint Wolf Rider's body was instantly blasted apart, his limbs flailing. Witnessing this, the hearts of the rest of the Saint Wolf Riders turned cold, and they lost their will to fight on, turning around to retreat. Yu Zhong took out his stinger in his left hand, while he fired 6 shots to kill off 6 Saint Wolf Riders. His eyes then narrowed, and he activated his Art of Fear, sending a powerful spirit attack towards the beautiful woman engaging Big Bear Qingjun. A terrifying illusion enveloped the beautiful evolver, causing her to faint instantly. Chapter 613. Aisin Gioro, Xianzhen. Chapter 613. Aisin Gioro, Xianzhen. Tenpi Osaka lead the peak experts who had just joined Yu Zhong to chase after the escaping Saint Wolf Riders, killing another 15 of them. The rest managed to escape, albeit with great difficulty. The moment the Saint Wolf Riders dispersed, Yu Zhong brought out a heavy machine gun and begun to spray at the Gold Wolf Riders. Those Gold Wolf Riders who had just charged into Tianmu town had no way out without the Saint Wolf Riders, and they continued to stay within the bunkers before being wiped out by Yu Zhong's subordinates and the 10 Great Triads. Retreat! Retreat! Geng saw the situation turning bad, and quickly gave the order to retreat. The moment the Gold Wolf Riders heard that order, they abandoned the other corpses and quickly fled Tianmu town. Yu Zhong then quickly ordered Shimin Lai to organize a team to pick up all that was left by the Gold Wolf Riders, and to organize another team of the Tianmu town survivors to begin repairs. The Gold Wolf Riders had retreated from Tianmu town, but they only retreated beyond a few kilometers and did not actually leave. Geng came and saw Molei missing his right arm, and spoke with an unfriendly tone. Molei, what the fuck happened? By retreating, whatever the Gold Wolf Riders had sacrificed was for naught. They had left over 700 corpses of their comrades back there. Every time he thought to the pointless deaths of their 700 elites, Geng's mind was filled with fear. Those elites were the core strength of the great Turkic Empire. By losing 700 Gold Wolf Riders, this was a huge blow to them. What was more scary was that even after such a heavy price, they did not manage to conquer Tianmu town. They were sure to be punished heavily upon their return. Molei stared back at Geng and hollered, "Shut up! You fucking useless half-blood trash that rely on women to get to your position. In Tianmu town, there's an expert with all sorts of technologically advanced weapons. Our troops are not meant to breach cities. What the fuck did you expect? Molei was shifting all the responsibility to Gagani. In actual fact, he was the first to charge at Tianmu town, and he was the one who rallied his troops to charge at Tianmu town. If it wasn't for Zhong bringing the Han experts under his banner, Tianmu town might truly have fallen at his hands. Now that he had failed, he vented his anger and frustration of his failure to Gagani. Gagani's countenance flashed with anger before he lowered his head silently. He was indeed a mixed blood from Han and Uyghur descent. Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't mean much. However, the current Great Turkic Empire was very anal about blood purity. Because of his mixed blood status, Gagani was often ostracized. If it wasn't for his quick wit and his offerings of a few beauties to Wu'er Toachuo, in addition to his skills, he wouldn't have been able to climb to his position. Even then, the rest of the Uyghur people still looked down on him and would call him bastard. It was only in front of Wu'er Toachuo that they minded their words. A savage and fierce glint flashed in Molei's eyes as he spat. Tianmu town cannot be conquered for now. We shall retreat for the time being and go launch a sneak attack on Aga town. Gagani gasped in shock. Aga town? That's the Manchurian territory. If we attack them, they will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Molei stared at Gagani and roared. The Manchurians are also a bunch of trash that lost to the Hans before. How can they stand up to our great Turkic Empire? They're trash, the very epitome of worms. I'm the general, Gagani. Are you trying to disobey my orders? Molei had been injured badly, Zhong, and his mood was foul. He wanted to vent his fury by massacring some enemies, at the same time to raise the morale of the Gold Wolf Riders. While massacre would be a disaster for the victims, to the slaughterers, it was a quick way to bolster morale. In war, many generals would allow their men to pillage or rape or even murder. Even the American troops had sunk to certain levels during the Vietnam War. One intelligence officer hurried in, his face pale with fright. "General, things are bad. We discovered an armored troop rushing over here with great speed." What? Both Molei and Gagani were taken back. Currently, the Gold Wolf Rider had just suffered a defeat and lost over 700 elites. Their morale was at a low. With this sudden appearance of an armored troop making its way towards them, it was obvious that there was no good intent. Gagani asked, "Who are they?" The officer replied, "They're the 8 Banners army of the Manchurian Empire." About 10 kilometers away from the Gold Wolf Riders' camp, there were 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 machine gun-mounted vehicles, 122 howitzers, and 1,000 motorcycles making their way towards the Gold Wolf Riders. Other than the fully motorized troop, there were 4,000 additional warriors riding on common horses and the Black Stallions, and 3,000 foot soldiers making their way to surround Gold Wolf Riders. The retreat of the Gold Wolf Riders had been totally cut off by this army of over 10,000 people. There was Tianmu town in front, and the Manchurian 8 Banners army behind. In the command center of the approaching troops stood a burly middle-aged man decked in emperor clothes and a crown on his head. There was a tinkling glint in his eyes as he said, "Those Hans are sure capable to actually force that animal Molei back." Another middle-aged man with straight features and an uncommon aura stood beside the emperor and said respectfully, "My liege, other than his strength, Molei is just a brute. He only knows how to use force, and had actually tried to use his troops to breach the city walls. It was simply fighting with their weakness in their haste. However, for them to be defeated so fast, it has truly exceeded this subject's calculations." The man in the emperor's clothes was precisely the emperor of Manchuria, Aisin Gioro, Xinjiang. The prim and proper man beside him was the most trusted aide of his, General Shangmingde. Xinjiang's eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. This time, as long as we eradicate the Gold Wolf Riders, we would become the second largest faction out here in the Central Plains. Once we've swallowed the Turkic power, we would then become the largest. With the Central Plains as our base, conquering the entire country would not just be a dream. The population in the Central Plains were quite spaced out, and the remaining survivors were thus more than other places. If they could really unite all the survivors, the entire strength would be a force to reckon with. My king is wise. My king is farsighted, and this subject is simply inferior. Xiang Ming sucked up to him, before throwing in a few words of advice. My liege, kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties. To swallow the Turkic Empire, our losses will not be small, and there might be a chance that the Mongol king would try and jump on us then. Xianzhen's eye flashed with a cold but arrogant light. The Mongol king? This emperor naturally has a way to deal with him. Mingda. Xiang Mingda quickly got on his knees and portrayed the very posture of a loyal subject. Your subject hears. Xianzhen looked at him and spoke strictly. When we're done eradicating Molei, go to Tianmu town and extend an invitation for the Hans to join us. As long as they're willing to join our Manchuria, this emperor will confer upon them the status of Manchurians and allow them to join our forces. Xianzhen had been an ordinary Manchurian and was actually not of Aisin Gioro's descent. In fact, he was an ordinary farmer. However, he loved to watch dramas and had idolized Puyi, the 12th emperor of the Qing dynasty, who had been dramatized. After the apocalypse, Xianzhen had awakened as an evolver and changed his name to Aisin Gioro Xianzhen, intending to create a new Manchuria. He made use of the chaos then to gather like-minded people. However, Xianzhen had always felt the Manchurians to be the noblest of blood, and he would try and recruit powerful people of talent and confer upon them the status of a Manchurian. In order to pull more experts in, he had employed such tactics, and as such, a huge number of experts had gathered under him. When he saw that the Hans in Tianmu town had been able to repel Molei, he began to entertain the idea of recruiting them. Xiang Ming kowtowed. Yes, your subject obeys. With the passing of time, the 8 Banners army of the Manchu Empire got closer to the Gold Wolf Riders. Gagani saw the approaching Manchurians, and his heart was filled with anxiety. What do we do? A wild and savage glint flashed in Molei's eyes as he roared, "Break through! Everyone listen up! Charge and kill with me! We will break past their lines! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Gold Wolf Riders began to shout and holler with killing intent under the rallying cry of Molei. "Charge with me!" Molei rode his black stallion and charged right for the 8 Banners army. The 3,000 Gold Wolf Riders immediately followed behind his lead, charging for their enemies with billowing killing intent. Although Molei was violent and wild, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't charge for the armor battalion, instead aiming for the flesh and blood soldiers. The 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 gun-mounted vehicles, 10 122 howitzer began blasting the Gold Wolf Riders under the hail of firepower. Many of the Gold Wolf Riders fell, their bodies blasted apart. The cavalry and foot soldiers of the 8 Banners army also fired their own guns at the incoming Gold Wolf Riders. However, the Gold Wolf Riders were mainly riding powerful black stallions, and their maximum speed was faster than ordinary mounts in a few breaths of time. They had to pay the price of a few hundred people. Molei had already charged right into the troops of foot soldiers. Chapter 614. Miserable Victory of the Manchurian Army. Chapter 614. Miserable Victory of the Manchurian Army. Although Molei had lost an arm, he was still as valiant and wild. He wielded his huge hammer and charged right at the enemy, smashing them into minced meat. These foot soldiers were all common vagrants and had not yet undergone any proper training. They were mostly using wooden spears, and the moment they were charged at by the Gold Wolf Riders, they quickly broke ranks and abandoned their armor and weapons to flee. The 10 122 howitzers began to fire nonstop. Rounds after rounds blasted the gold wolf riders, tearing their bodies apart. The fearsome projectiles rained down and caused some of the foot soldiers of the Manchurian army to be caught in the area of effect as well. As Molei was engaging the foot soldiers, the 1,000-strong motorcycle troop revved and charged at the gold wolf riders using their own firearms to kill those gold wolf riders, as well as their own comrades who were clashing against them. Those 3,000 foot soldiers were, after all, slaves and were made up of Hans and other races. Zhen had deliberately made use of them to attract the attention of the gold wolf riders, sending them to be slaughtered, while wearing down their stamina and horsepower. Molei led the gold wolf riders and caused the 3,000-strong troop to scatter upon losing many of their people, but the gold wolf riders were similarly being bombarded by the Eight Banners army from the other side. The 4,000 riders of the Eight Banners army prepared to launch a devastating attack. Many of these riders made use of sabers. Their objective was to prevent the gold wolf riders from running and to control their movements. If need be, they would launch a mighty assault on them. The ones who were truly out to kill the gold wolf riders were the motorcycle troops and the armored vehicles. Under the assault of the 1,000-strong motorcycle riders, many of the gold wolf riders were shot from their mounts as they screamed and wailed. "Charge!" Molei roared out with bloodshot eyes, his fury reaching a peak. He led 80 Saint Wolf riders and did not focus on the foot soldiers any longer, aiming to break out instead. "Kill!" The 4,000-strong Eight Banners riders bellowed in response as they surged forward with their sabers pointing out, making their way for the remaining 1,800 gold wolf riders. The two top forces of the Central Plains clashed in this epic battle and engaged in a cruel and merciless slaughter that resulted a great deal of blood and body parts flying everywhere. In terms of actual power, the gold wolf riders were truly much stronger than the Manchurian Eight Banners army. However, because they had just been repelled by Yu Zhong's army, they had been left defeated, their morale low, and their energy sapped. With the sudden pincer attack by the Manchurian Eight Banners army, it served only to wear down their numbers even further. As the 4,000-strong riders of the Eight Banners army surged forwards, even more gold wolf riders fell. Within the gold wolf riders' forces, Molei was like a meat grinder himself, his huge hammer swinging around like a tornado, smashing each and every warrior from the Eight Banners army that got too close. No one could withstand a blow of his. With his 80 Saint Wolf riders, they slaughtered their way through the 4,000-strong riders of the Eight Banners army, causing them countless casualties. Molei, go to hell. Right as Molei was in the midst of his killing spree, a man wielding a crescent blade roared in anger as he charged over. This man was called Tong Jiagua, and he was a strength-based evolver leading the Eight Banners army. He was renowned as a general who possessed great contributions to the empire. "Which fucktard has appeared? Go and die." As he charged in front of Molei, he was greeted with a savage laugh. Molei activated his giant's blow, and the hammer came swinging down like a mountain at Tong Jiagua's head. Tong Jiagua brought up his crescent blade to block the attack. Dang! Following the loud ring, Tong Jiagua and his black stallion were instantly pulverized. General Tong is dead. General Tong is dead. What do we do? What do we do now? The moment they saw their General Tong Jiagua killed in an instant, the morale of the Eight Banners troops plummeted. As for the Gold Wolf Riders, they were still feeling high on their bloodlust, and under Molei's lead, they continued their massacre of the fleeing soldiers. After he had caused enough mayhem, which resulted in the Eight Banners troops to be plunged in chaos, he did not continue his assault for too long. Instead, he led the remaining 800 Gold Wolf Riders to flee. Molei might be fierce and violent, but he wasn't a fool. The experts in Manchuria were plenty, and there was still the armor division to deal with. If he continued to kill, his remaining members of the Gold Wolf Riders would definitely die. Under the protection of his personal guards, Zhen stared hatefully at the fleeing back of Molei and gritted his teeth as he spat. Dong'er Molei? This emperor will definitely kill you." This time, Zhen had deployed his entire troops to surround and kill Dong'er Molei. While they had wiped out over 2,000 members of the Gold Wolf Riders, there were even more heavy casualties on their own. The 3,000-strong slave army had scattered, and they only managed to recover 1,000. They had lost a quarter of their 4,000-strong 8 Banners army, and at the same time, just like Tong Jiagua, their strong experts and enhancers counted amongst their dead. To think that a force of 3,000 had actually managed to break through a surrounding force of over 10,000, and, at the same time, these had damaged the ranks and proper bearing of the troops. Zhen suddenly felt that he had severely underestimated the might of Dong'er Molei. If they had equal forces, the Manchurian army would definitely have lost. Zhen's voice was thick with killing intent. "Shang Mingde, this emperor wants you to head to Tianmu town and tell them that if they surrender to us, this emperor will bestow riches and women upon them. Otherwise, our army will march in and would not leave a single one of them alive." Shang Mingde felt a chill as he kowtowed. "Your servants understands." Shang Mingde thus carried a white flag and entered Tianmu town. The moment he entered, he was brought in front of Zhong as well as the remaining leaders of the triads. From the 10 great triads, they were reduced to 6 due to Dong'er Molei's slaughter. Shang Mingde eyed the people present with arrogance and said, "I'm the envoy sent by the Manchurian Empire, Shang Mingde, who is the leader of Tianmu town." After all, Manchuria was considered one of the 3 main factions of the Central Plains. Hence, Tianmu town was just a gathering of a rowdy bunch. With the Manchurian Empire as his backing, Shang Mingde was naturally arrogant. Zhong eyed him nonchalantly and ordered, "Go drag him out and chop off one of his arms. Make sure he learns how to speak." Li Guang waved his hands, and 2 soldiers stepped forward, grabbing Shang Mingde to drag him out. Shang Mingde immediately turned pale and began to plead, "No, sir, spare my life. Spare my life. Envoys are usually spared during any negotiations. Please." Shimin Lai immediately stood out and stared at Zhong. "Hold. Alliance chief, the envoys are usually immune from such treatment. How about just sparing him this once?" Zhong's chilling gaze landed on Shimin Lai's body. When Shimin Lai was stared at like this by Zhong, he felt his entire back turn slick with sweat and his body trembled, deeply regretting stepping out. Zhong had displayed his power out on the field for everyone to see. They had seen how Dong'er Molei, who was widely thought to be invincible, had been beaten back by Zhong. At the same time, the 12 guards of Zhong had initially called out, after having lost 2, leaving 10, were experts as well, each of them not necessarily weaker than the leaders present. As a leader of a faction, other than being strong, most of them had been involved with women and managing affairs, as well as other small things. How could they hunt mutant beasts and become stronger as compared to the lone warriors? Adding onto the many subordinates of Li Guang, Zhong had been viewed as the true alliance chief. He had the strength and the might of people behind him. His methods were decisive and ruthless when it came to killing, and under the stare of such a character, Shimin Lai was afraid that he would be killed in the next instant. Zhong then turned to Shang Mingde impassively. "All right, I'll give Brother Shimin some face. Shang Mingde, since you're the envoy of the Manchurian Empire, you should kneel and speak. If you're unwilling, I can get someone to help you." Zhong had no intentions of killing Shang Mingde in the first place. He just wanted to suppress that attitude of his and make sure this Han that had turned into traitor to serve the Manchurians become obedient. Having been frightened once, Shang Mingde lost all pretense of his pride and arrogance, immediately kneeling on the ground while his body trembles. The noble Aisin Gioro, Zhen, Emperor of the Manchu Empire, had ordered for your surrender. As long as you were willing to surrender, everyone would be able to join the 8 Banners army and become noble Manchurians. From today on, there would be riches and women waiting for you. If you choose to reject and disobey, The emperor would order the 10,000-strong troop of his to charge into Tianmu town and will not leave a single living thing behind. Hearing those words, many expressions changed. The Manchu Empire had actually deployed their 10,000-strong forces. The total strength of the army was more than the survivors inside the town, and there were even tanks and cannons in addition to other various heavyweights. Due to the low possibility of victory, the 6 leaders actually had a slight inclination to submit. The whole point of the alliance was to ensure that they stuck together and prevent themselves from becoming slaves. Now that the Manchu Empire was willing to recruit them and confer titles upon them, they were naturally moved and wanted to submit. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and he raised his stinger and instantly fired a shot. Punk! Shang Ming's head immediately became a watermelon that burst. His headless corpse crumpled to the floor. He had never imagined that Yu Zhong would kill him without a word. Alliance Chief, what are you doing? When the leaders witnessed it, their faces turned ugly. Things had happened too fast, and they hadn't had the time to react and could only voice out. Yu Zhong spoke coldly. I've killed the envoy of the Manchu Empire. You guys must be hating me to death. However, I've already killed him, according to the style of the Manchu Empire. Even if you guys surrender now, you would only face death. The Manchu Empire will definitely launch an assault on Tianmu town. After breaching here, they will not spare anyone. If you want to live, you guys had better muster all your strength to fight and retaliate. Only then will there be room for survival. Lai, go tell the survivors in town that I have already killed the envoy of the Manchu Empire. Later on, when the Manchu Empire attacks, everyone would die. Gather them and get started on fortification works. The rest of you, rest well and await further orders. I believe that there will be a tough battle ahead of us soon. Lai could only swallow his bitterness and replied, Yes. Alliance Chief. With a single move, Yu Zhong had tied the fates of everyone in Tianmu town together. They would win or lose as a whole. If the town was really breached, then everyone would die. Thus, all the leaders and lone warriors had to think of ways to defend against the Manchu forces. The survivors were all shocked to the core when they heard Lai's words and quickly gathered under him to begin working on the defenses and obstacles in Tianmu town. All sorts of vehicles, beds, sandbags, boulders, and broken-down television sets were brought to the front to act as obstruction. As everyone got busy, the chief of the Pink Triad, Zhao, came to find Yu Zhong. Alliance Chief, our Pink Triad is good at setting traps. I have a pair of sisters who had the abilities to set traps easily. We hope you can assign us some manpower to help us set them. At this critical point in time, Zhao could only gather her forces to help defend as well. If Tianmu town really fell, the whole bunch of female warriors under the Pink Triad would only suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Zhong gave an order to Lai. Good. Lai, go deploy 1,000 men to Zhao and assist them with their traps. Lai nodded and swiftly gathered 1,000 men for her. The Heavenly Demon Sect's leader Fei Tu also came up to Yu Zhong. Alliance Chief, our Heavenly Demon Sect knows how to construct simple landmines. Please grant us 200 men to help lay them. Lai assigned 300 men to Fei Tu. Under Yu Zhong's orders, Lai assigned another 300 men to Fei Tu, who led his men to plant landmines at the entrance of Tianmu town. Everyone within were offering their skills and abilities to help strengthen the defenses in the hopes of raising their chances of survival. What's going on? Where's that dog Shangmingda? After an entire hour, Jin frowned, as a premonition creeped up in his heart. Could it be those fellows have captured him, or he had been bought over by them, and is already indulging in women? After hesitating for a while, Jin summoned another Han over Geng de Zhong. Go to Tianmu town and get them to surrender. At the same time, find out what happened to that stupid dog Shangmingda. Your slave obeys. Geng de Zhong kneeled down to kowtow before swiftly proceeding to Tianmu town. There, Tianmu town soldiers soon brought Geng de Zhong in front of Yu Zhong. Chapter 615, Geng de Zhong. Chapter 615, Geng de Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed Geng de Zhong coldly and said, "Your previous envoy Shangming had been shot dead by me. Do you want to live or die?" Geng de Zhong's back was immediately drenched in cold sweat as he knelt down and kowtowed. "This slave wants to live. This slave wants to live. Please spare my life, leader." Geng de Zhong wasn't some person with integrity. Those with backbone would not have ran to become slaves of Xianzhen. With a single death threat, Geng de Zhong had immediately gone weak. Yu Zhong continued, "I need time. What methods do you have to delay Xianzhen's invasion?" By now, Tianmu town survivors were all busy with the fortifications and were preparing for a tough battle ahead. Every minute counts, so with every minute of delay, they would be better prepared. Geng de Zhong was perspiring profusely while trying his best to think of a way. He knew his answer would decide his fate. His eyes suddenly lit up as he proposed. "That's it, leader. As long as you pretend to be willing to surrender, this slave will head back and tell Xianzhen that you're willing to surrender. However, you need time to organize the belongings and wealth of the survivors," and pleaded for another 2 hours of time. He will definitely agree and give you that time. I know his personality, and 2 hours will be the maximum he would give. Any more than that would be pushing it. Yu Zhong replied coldly, "Fine, I'll let you go back. But before that, I will implant some remote bombs in you. The moment Xianzhen attacks before the 2 hours, I will set the bombs off. Men, do it." 2 soldiers stepped forwards to press Geng de Zhong down as another went to slice his leg open. Then a small remote control bomb was inserted into his thigh. An enhancer stepped forward and pressed the remote control bomb, sending a green light to envelope the bomb. Witnessing this, the expression of Geng de Zhong turned pale. Yet, he didn't dare to say anything. The one sitting on the throne in front of him had just killed Shangming without any warning and was obviously short-tempered and vicious. He didn't want to die here. Another enhancer with the ability to heal stepped forward and pointed at Geng de Zhong's legs, patching him up with a bright light. After the wound of the leg healed, the bomb was buried within his flesh. "I'll let you see the potential of the bomb in your body." Yu Zhong then took out a similar bomb and threw it at a fake mountain, and he pressed a button. After a loud explosion, the entire fake mountain exploded in two. Geng de Zhong immediately turned paler. After all, who could still be happy with such a powerful explosive in their body? Yu Zhong then replied, "That bomb is easy to take out with surgery. However, I've ensured that my subordinate had attached a sensory ability to it. The minute you dare to take it out, or if there are any strange movements, I would be able to tell here, and I will immediately press the remote. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try it." Geng de Zhong immediately promised, "I trust leader's words that you will not trick this servant. This servant will definitely not play around with his life and seeks leader's understanding, and be rest assured that I will do my duty." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "You're dismissed. I'll let you go half an hour later." Geng de Zhong thanked him profusely. "Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader." Zhao Jing could not believe her ears and asked Yu Zhong, "Yu Zhong, you've gained the sensory trigger bomb skill?" If the sensory trigger bomb had been invented, then it would truly be a terrifying means to control people. Tempi Osaka was being controlled by that chain around her neck. As long as it was forcefully removed without the right password, it would blow. Zhao Jing was somewhat skeptical that Yu Zhong had such a skill. The bomb was so tiny, she found it hard to believe that there was an additional sensory function in it. Yu Zhong chuckled. How can it be? It was all to scare him. Of course, the remote control bomb is real. However, if he doesn't want to take it out, he could just do a simple surgery. Zhao Jing asked incredulously, "Aren't you afraid that he'll remove it surgically?" Yu Zhong answered, "For someone like him who values his own life too much, he would not dare to risk it. Even if he did, so what? All Xianzhen could do then is to invade us." Zhao Jing pondered for a while. It was as he said. Even if Geng de Zhong did figure out in the end, it wouldn't matter to Tianmu town. Half an hour later, just as Xianzhen was becoming impatient, Geng de Zhong had returned. Congratulations, my liege. Tianmu town's leader Yu Zhong is in awe and fear of you and has voluntarily submitted to you. However, he had a few conditions and hoped that you will grant them. Xianzhen was elated and asked, "What sort of conditions?" Geng de Zhong responded, "First, Yu Zhong hopes that you can grant him a position as a commander. Secondly, he hopes that his own troops can remain under him and still be under his command. Lastly, he hopes that the personal safety and properties of his and his subordinates will not be touched." Xianzhen frowned and asked, "How did you respond?" Xianzhen had always not favored the Hans and other races, never allowing them to handle any big things. He preferred to draft them into his army and be under the control of his own troops. Geng de Zhong responded, "Your slave deserves death. I had granted him the first and second condition. As for the second, your slave had vehemently declined. After much persuasion from your slave, he had agreed to forego the second condition. However, he proposed that once they have joined us, he wants to choose 100 beauties to serve him and his faction. Furthermore, they have to be provided resources from the Manchu Empire. Your slave deserves death, as I have agreed to it." Xianzhen's frown lessened slightly as his eyes held a more appreciative light. "Well done. You performed well, Geng de Zhong. You truly are a loyal subordinate. Since you've worked hard for this emperor will naturally not mistreat you. After we've conquered Tianmu town, you'll be gifted 5 beauties." Geng de Zhong immediately got on his knees. "Thank you, my liege." Xianzhen asked, "When will they come out to surrender?" Yu Zhong wanted to bring his men tomorrow. The moment Geng de Zhong's words came out, Xianzhen's frown became deeper. Geng de Zhong's face was currently calm as he replied quickly, "Your slave naturally refused his request. Your slave told him that if he wanted to surrender tomorrow, it must be because he was thinking of delaying the time." Yu Zhong and the rest were immediately frightened and pleaded for this slave's understanding. Thus, I gave them some time to handle their affairs. This slave did not want to hurry them too much and allowed them 2 hours to prepare. Yu Zhong and his men would then bring his men out to submit peacefully. Xianzhen pondered a while before replying, 2 hours, right? Fine. This emperor shall give them 2 hours. Tianmu town was after all a force that had repelled the Gold Wolf Riders led by Dong-er Molei. If Xianzhen wanted this faction to submit peacefully without any losses, he knew he couldn't pressure them too hard. 2 hours wasn't much to Xianzhen. If he could obtain Tianmu town without any damage, it would be the best. He was even willing to wait a day. At this point, Xianzhen frowned and asked, "Where's Shangmingde?" Geng de Zhong immediately became worked up as he replied, "My liege, you must definitely punish that little shit. When your subordinate went to Tianmu town, he was already drinking and partying with a few beautiful ladies, getting himself drunk and forgetting his mission entirely. What's worse is that he had actually fought over your loyal subordinate over women and scolded me. Please remember to punish him, my liege." When Xianzhen heard it, he relaxed. He knew the problems of his subordinate. Shangmingde was truly a conniving pervert and lusted after women. In his home, he already had a few women and was exceptionally vile to other women. Xianzhen replied mildly, "I got it. When he's back, this emperor will definitely punish him. You're dismissed." Xianzhen knew that while Shangmingde might be a lowlife, he was an obedient slave. It wasn't necessary to say many things, as Shangmingde would automatically help him settle it. That was why he wouldn't give up on him easily. Geng de Zhong replied without batting an eyelid before leaving, "Yes, Your Highness." The moment Geng de Zhong left Xianzhen's side, he quickly went to his camp and packed up all his rations and weapons before using an excuse to leave the camp. 2 hours later, Xianzhen could not find any sign of Yu Zhong, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Geng de Zhong, find that bastard for this emperor. Not long after, a guard came up to Xianzhen and reported, "My liege, Geng de Zhong had escaped." Xianzhen slammed his palm angrily on the table, splitting it into multiple pieces. "Fuck! That damn Geng de Zhong! Damned Yu Zhong! You guys dare to hoodwink me! Convey my orders. We will immediately invade Tianmu town and will not leave a single thing alive. Capture Geng to Zhong and you, Zhong, alive. Those who would succeed will be raised to 3 military ranks and get some beautiful women. This emperor wants them to die. Under Xianzhen's order, the Manchu army that had not moved immediately set off for Tianmu town. Chapter 616, Battling the White Armor Army. Chapter 616, Battling the White Armor Army. The first ones to act were the 122 howitzers of the Manchu Empire, as they launched multiple rockets at Tianmu town. Hong! Hong! With the loud explosions ringing and the rain of projectiles from the skies, many places were blasted apart. Yu Zhong had organized for the survivors in Tianmu town to retreat earlier. However, under that blanket of firepower, there were numerous survivors and warriors that were either heavily injured or killed. As they were bombarded, the soldiers of Tianmu town had low morale. If it wasn't for knowing the fact that everyone will be killed once the Manchu forces invaded, these soldiers would have long fled for their lives. Li Guang came up to Yu Zhong and muttered, "This cannot go on. Leader, we need to handle their artillery." Li Guang had a resolute look as he said, "Leader, let me take some men to go deal with their artillery. Even if this old one dies, I will go down, making sure those Manchu dogs go down with me." Li Guang wasn't a man who did not fear death. Initially, he had surrendered to Yu Zhong out of fear for his and his subordinates' lives as well. However, under the relentless attack of the Manchu Empire, he knew that it would be a suicide mission to go and deal with them. Yet, he was willing purely because he had a strong sense of patriotism. Pai Jian, he stood up. "I'll go with you." Pai Jian, he was proud, arrogant, and slightly ambitious. However, he also had the hot-bloodedness that most youths had. Seeing how Li Guang was proposing to lead the most dangerous mission, his passion was ignited as well. "I'm willing to go. I'll follow you." A number of other Han heroes also stood up as their eyes shined with a clear light. They were already prepared for death. There were no lack of eager and passionate heroes. There was only a lack of a decent leader. Yu Zhong had led the forces himself, and his actions had spurred their bravado. At such a critical moment, they were ready to spill blood. Yu Zhong eyed Li Guang and the rest of the men that had rose to the occasion, his eyes flashing with appreciation. "No need. Li Guang, you stay here and take over temporarily. I'll go destroy the artillery. My command for you is that before I'm back, you guys will have to defend Tianmu town with all you've got. No one is allowed to fall into the hands of Xianzhen. Understood?" Li Guang was shocked. "Leader, no. That mission is too dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do?" Pai Jian, Yi, and the rest of the Han experts were also staring at Yu Zhong in shock. In most normal cases, the general would stand behind his troops, commanding them from a safe location. Shimen Lai and the rest had always done things this way. When Yu Zhong had gained a seat as the alliance chief and obtained everyone's cooperation for a short time, he could easily deploy the troops how he liked while staying at a safe place to give orders. Even Pai Jian, Yi, and the rest had fought at the front lines and saw what Yu Zhong did. Hence, they had no thoughts to disobey him. Even so, Yu Zhong was still suggesting to undertake the suicide mission himself. This caused Pai Jian, Yi, and the rest to be extremely shocked and touched, causing their morale to increase even more. Of course, some of the soldiers also saw the other side of the equation. Should Yu Zhong die, then Tianmu town was sure to fall, just like what happened to Tong Jiagua. Yu Zhong stared at Li Guang and said solemnly, "No need for more words. I made my decision. Convey my orders. Tianmu town is henceforth under your temporary control. Before I'm back, make sure you stay here even if you die." Li Guang responded loudly, "Yes, leader." Yu Zhong then spoke to a corner. "Tenpi Osaka, you lead Pai Jian, Yi, and the rest to support Li Guang in protecting Tianmu town." From the shadows in the corner, a slight distortion appeared as Tenpio Saka walked out and nodded. After assigning them duties, Yu Zhong flashed and disappeared out of Tianmu town. He had just taken a few steps out when he immediately felt over 20 crosshairs aimed on him. Therefore, he quickly left from his original position. Pung, pung, pung. 20 sniper rounds rained down onto where he was a moment ago. Snipers. Zhong swiftly activated his bone-encompassing armor, and his body was encased in a thick layer of bone carapace. At the same time, he activated his shadow steps, and his speed exceeded 30 times that of a normal person, shuttling for the Manchurian Empire like a specter. In the center of the Manchu Empire forces, a burly man possessing huge hands and deep eyes in addition to his bristle-covered face, stared at Zhong coming from the distance with a cold look in his eyes. This man was the top evolver in the Manchu Empire, Ao. He led the most powerful force of the empire, the White Armor Army. The White Armor Army of the Great Manchu Empire was like the special forces under Zhong, the Saint Wolf Riders of the Gold Wolf Riders. They were a bunch of elites. They consisted mostly of experts above level 30, and their combat prowess was truly something else. Ao used his whip and pointed at Zhong, calling out in a deep voice, "Tu Sheng, take your men and fetch me that man's head." Tu Sheng was one of the 6 main captains of the White Armor Army, leading 80 of the White Armor soldiers. Tu Sheng was a level 63 evolver himself. "Yes, sir," Tu Sheng responded before leading his men in a charge towards Zhong. "An expert is here." When Tu Sheng and his men moved, Zhong felt danger and immediately whisked out his stinger. He eyed the galloping black stallions with their white army soldiers on top and immediately fired 6 consecutive shots. The 6 bullets blasted apart amidst the white armor forces, causing 6 of them to be blasted off their mounts, shattering their bones in the process. The white armor soldiers were all wearing Type 3 mutant beast hide, which the stinger bullets could not penetrate. However, their own endurance could not withstand the force of the blows, and their body were hence wrecked. It could only be endurance-based evolvers like Dong-Air Molei that might stand a chance against any heavy firearms. Even if the armor on everyone else could block the actual projectiles, their weak bodies could not withstand the force. Zhong's eyes narrowed, and another 6 bullets were reloaded quickly before he fired again. This time, another 6 bullets landed on the bodies of the white armor soldiers, knocking 6 of them off their mounts, with their bones shattered. In just 10 seconds, Zhong had dealt with 12 members of the white armor force, killing them in the process. The rest of the soldiers were shocked and furious. Then, they began activating their skills. A number of fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, air cannons, bullets, blades, darts, arrows, stones, and all sorts of weapons and abilities bombarded Zhong. Zhong dodged about like a ghost and managed to evade most of the incoming attacks. He only suffered 2 arrows that seemed to be slower than the rest, but was fixed on Zhong. These 2 arrows were from the level 3 skill, homing arrows. The moment they were fired, they would strike their targets. The only weakness was that although they could chase their targets, their speed and power could not compare to the rest of the abilities. Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade and casually swept them aside before flashing forward. The stinger in his right hand fired again, killing another 6 members of the White Armor Army. Watching Zhong kill his men easily, shock and fear filled Tu Sheng's heart. Strong. This fearsome speed and those accurate shots. What a strong weapon. This fellow is truly a freak. No wonder Ao wanted me to bring my forces to suppress him. He's truly too scary. Ao watched as Zhong makes use of his speed and his powerful stinger to slaughter his white armor troops. Then his eyes flashed with a solemn look. Ming Shu Wu Tian Dao, the 2 of you, lead some men to go defend the artillery. He Sheng Quan, G1, Duo Shi. You 3 take your men and follow me to go kill that fellow. Yes, sir. The white armor 5 captains responded loudly and began to move out. Ao himself led 3 of the captains and 360 enhancers towards Zhong. He could already feel the threat of Zhong's might, and he wanted to hurry and take out this problem. As strong as Zhong was, It was hard for him to defend against all the elites of the Manchu army. He didn't continue engaging with two Shuang. Instead, he pushed his speed and charged towards the artillery. The black stallions were instantly left behind to eat the dust, and the elites all stared dumbfounded at the extent of Yu Zhong's speed. Within 2 minutes, Yu Zhong had reached about 3 kilometers near the artillery. He did not continue his advance. Instead, he pulled out his level 5 Falcon 2 sniper. He loaded it with a 122 round and fired as a bright flash of light radiated from the Falcon 2 sniper. It blasted one of the howitzers, turning it into scrap metal. Yu Zhong then continued to adjust his aim and trajectory, firing another round, destroying another howitzer. Chapter 617, Tough Battle. Chapter 617, Tough Battle. Yu Zhong had spent all of his efforts to aim for another howitzer, and a bright flash shot out from his Falcon 2 sniper, blasting the howitzer. The Manchu Empire's howitzers began to retreat. At this time, Ming Shu Wu and Wu Tian Dao had arrived to provide reinforcements, each of them possessing the skill earth manipulation. They conjured earthen walls, managing to block Yu Zhong's trajectory. The remaining 5 howitzers stopped their firing and began to move for another location. Time to retreat. Yu Zhong kept his Falcon sniper, eyeing the approaching Manchurian troops, and quickly turned around to make his way back towards Tianmu town. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to deal with the entire elite force. Yu Zhong's speed had already reached 30 times that of a person, which even a Type 3 mutant beast would find hard to beat. The white armor troops on their black stallions could only watch helplessly when Yu Zhong destroyed 5 of their howitzers before returning to Tianmu town casually. Ao Do looked at Yu Zhong's back, his gaze turning dark. Within Tianmu town, there's actually such an expert amongst the Hans. It truly is a calamity for our great Manchurian empire. After the world changed, many top evolvers already had the abilities to influence the total might of an entire faction. A single high-level evolver could potentially wipe out a team of elite soldiers. There were some who could even take on an entire battalion. Ao Do reported the outcome to Zhen, prompting Zhen to make a decision. We need to crush their resistance entirely. The howitzers thus began another volley of blasts, intending to blitz through the defenses of Tianmu town. 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 gun-mounted vehicles, as well as 1,000 motor bicycles formed a fearsome armored fleet, charging forwards with the 1,000 soldiers of the 8 Banners army. Such formation was already rare and extremely domineering in this apocalyptic world. Few factions could stand up to it. It was through such a method that the Manchu Empire had managed to raise 2 huge factions with over 10,000 survivors to the ground, exemplifying the idiom, using a butcher knife for the chicken. Zhen was placing more importance on Tianmu town purely because they had been able to repel the 3,000-strong force of the Gold Wolf Riders. Such a combat strength was enough for him to want to strike them down. Seeing the entire armored fleet approaching, many of the experts of the alliance were dismayed. Even the countenance of Pai Jian was unsightly. His sword beams were truly overpowering, but he had no confidence that he could slice through those tanks and armored vehicles. Furthermore, a single blast from them could kill him on the spot. Moreover, there were 30 IFVs following behind the tanks, and those IFVs had powerful cannons and heavy machine guns themselves. They were enough to wreck a powerful evolver's body. As the armored forces began to charge through Tianmu town, the 8 tanks took the vanguard position, blocking all the bullets firing at them. They adjusted their cannons and began to blast the bunkers. The tanks were the strongest attack force of the Manchu Empire. Many factions would quiver in their shoes when they saw them. What do we have to fear? I'll deal with the tanks. Watch how I destroy them. Yu Zhong pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired at one of the tanks. With a bright flash of light, the shot instantly pierced the tank, leaving a hole. Yu Zhong continued to fire 5 more shots at that tank. 5 lights blasted through it, causing it to explode soon after. Awesome. That's great. Long live Alliance Chief. Seeing the fate of that tank at the hands of Zhong, many of the warriors instantly roared out excitedly as their morale rose sharply. To these Han warriors, the tanks were the cause of their headaches. With the terrifying defense and offensive potential, they were usually helpless. However, Zhong had destroyed one easily. Suddenly, these tanks no longer seemed invincible. Zhong clapped his hands, and Lo Guang led men bringing out 40 anti-tank rocket launchers, as well as 60 rocket launchers. These are weapons I've prepared for everybody. Use them to take down the invaders. A number of agility-based enhancers and those with marksmanship or firearms abilities stepped up to help themselves to the weapons. They then stepped back to the battlefield with renewed resolution. Inside Tianmu town, the Radiant Sun Triad were fighting a desperate battle as well, using their rifles and machine guns to attack the tanks and armored vehicles in vain. The tanks could easily destroy the fortifications they had painstakingly built, instantly killing the soldiers within. As the tanks paved the way, a number of IFVs and gun-mounted vehicles charged in with troops of Manchu soldiers. Tianmu town now had the weapons to counter the tanks, and this caused Zhen to be infuriated. He wanted to hurry and subjugate the troops, hoping to make use of his advantage and firepower to overwhelm them. Every single tank was a precious resource to a faction. The destruction of any one of them caused Zhen to weep in his heart. As the Manchu forces began to march through the town, there was a sudden loud explosion beneath one of the soldiers, blasting his legs apart. The shockwave sent him soaring through the air as he screamed. Upon seeing this, the rest of the Manchu soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, taking more careful steps. Another 8 were taking careful strides in Tianmu town, when large holes appeared beneath their feet and they plunged into the 4M deep holes. Their bodies were then pierced by the steel spikes implanted within. 4 of them were instantly killed, while the remaining 4 screamed in agony. A small squad were proceeding through the blasted zone, intending to search for survivors. Pump, pump. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, with 3 soldiers having their heads blasted apart instantly. The rest of them were shocked and tried to duck for cover. Just as they got behind their covers, to the shock of 3 soldiers, homing arrows appeared beside them and pierced their bodies as they screamed out. At another part of town, 10 soldiers led a few IFVs as they proceeded through. Manchu dogs, die. A single young man suddenly appeared and fired a rocket at the IFV. With a bright flash of light, the IFV combusted in a ball of explosion. If it were a tank, it might have been able to withstand a few rockets. However, the slightly weaker IFVs could not withstand blasts. Pump, pump. There were some experts within the 10 of them, and they hurried to fire at the youth, turning him into a sieve. One IFV began to fire wildly with its machine gun chugging loudly, as a rain of bullets struck one Han enhancer, leaving him deader than dead. Another Manchu enhancer waved out his huge blade, decapitating his Han opponent, his head soaring through the air and blood splattering onto the ground. The entire Tianmu town had now turned into a meat grinder, with numerous soldiers on both sides losing their lives. It was simply a slaughter of both sides. One side, the Manchurians intent on massacring the Hans. The other, the Hans intent on fighting for their lives and honor. With the threat of death, even the most cowardly of men would become fierce beasts. Zhong had led 10 of his guards to rush to the front lines. He was wielding the electromagnetic gun, searching for the tanks, blasting them one by one. Although Zhong had the ability to use his art of fear to scare the numerous soldiers to death, the current state of the battle was that the Hans were at a disadvantage, and there weren't any likely candidates to pilot the tanks. Hence, he chose to destroy the tanks. Zhong charged about on the battlefield, killing numerous enemies with White Bones by his side, unleashing its inhuman abilities as well. White Bones made use of its sharp bone spikes to help it run along certain structures, defying gravity, while its bone blades would slash through the necks of unsuspecting enemies. It was truly like a demon. Its methods of killing was cruel and merciless. From time to time, it could even manipulate 10 sharp bone spikes to shoot out. Its speed was 3 times faster than Zhong. Zhong and White Bones continued to shine brightly on the battlefield, attracting the rest of the Manchurian experts to target them. With the majority of the attacks concentrated on Zhong and his team, Tenpi Osaka was free to exhibit her prowess as an unparalleled assassin. From time to time, she would appear behind a white armor soldier silently, plunging her blades through their necks before disappearing again for another chance. By the time Zhong destroyed the 5th tank, the elite soldiers of the Manchu troops had already joined in the fray. Xuan, G1, and duo, she led 240 white armor troops to charge into the fray, making their way of Zhong. Zhong, White Bones, as well as the guards were considered the top evolvers of Tianmu town, and with their insane combat strength, they continued to fight at the front lines, killing over 200 Manchu elites. Xuan, G1, and duo, she had deployed all their strength entirely to annihilate this group of Zhong. Zhong and his team had already long since become the core and hope of those in Tianmu town. If it wasn't for them, Tianmu town would have long since collapsed. If the Manchurian troops could cause Zhong and his group to disappear, then the defense of Tianmu town would likely crumble. Have you finally arrived? Let me give you a present. Zhong eyed the approaching 240 elite white armor troops and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, firing at them. A bright light flashed, penetrating Xuan's body, making him fall from his mount, leaving a huge gaping hole in his chest. This terrifying evolver hadn't had the chance to demonstrate his prowess and was instantly killed by Zhong. Zhong then fired at the other 2 who were riding similar mounts as 2 shots that could pierce tanks blasted towards G1 and duo Shi. G1's danger perception was higher, and the moment he felt the danger, he quickly got down from his horse. A powerful, bright light shot past his body, barely brushing past him. As for duo Shi, he wasn't as fortunate as G1, as his chest was also pierced by that shot. His corpse fell from the back of the horse before being trampled by the other mounts of the white armor forces. Of the 3 generals that led the white armor forces to attack Zhong, 2 had lost their lives to him. One was forced down from his mount, and this greatly affected the morale of the troops. Zhong continued to fire his electromagnetic gun without stop. Each stop blasting apart the bodies of the white armor elites. Not even a mutant beast hides on their bodies could help them. Ji-Wen tore off the eye-catching yellow robe on him and hid behind a troop of his soldiers, pointing at Zhong and shouting loudly, "Charge! Charge for me! He's only a single person. As long as we can charge, it would be our victory." As a vanguard, Ji-Wen was supposed to charge forth, yet now he was hiding behind his troops and didn't dare to lead. Under Ji-Wen's orders, the somewhat chaotic white armor troops began to attack Zhong once again. These were, after all, the bravest elites of the Manchurian Empire. They ate the best and slept with the prettiest of women. Even if it were a devil in front of them, they would dare fight. Retreat! Zhong had fired off 50 shots of the electromagnetic gun, killing his enemies before retreating explosively. The speed of the black stallions were twice as fast as ordinary humans, and if they exerted strength, they would be able to cross a distance of 300 m in no time. These 190 white armored soldiers thus got on their horses and made their way towards the inner parts of Tianmu town. The moment they entered Tianmu town, those white armored soldiers quickly got down and surveyed the positions, checking the places Zhong and his party had gone through safely and quietly. 5 white armor soldiers made their way through the street that had been ravaged by the bombs and cannons of their side, when suddenly a white bones appeared through a very old-fashioned brick wall, piercing the heads of the soldiers. Chapter 618, Meat Grinder. Chapter 618, Meat Grinder. But after making short work of 5 white armor soldiers, White Bones leapt down from the debris and scuttled up a building like a ghost. It continued along the dark alleys, ready to strike out any time. 3 white armor soldiers were continuing along the wasted parts of town, when all of a sudden, a dark shadow leaped out from behind them. Their heads flew through the air as their headless corpses slumped to the ground. Tenpyo Saka disappeared into the darkness again, having killed those 3 soldiers. Her strength laid in assassination, and with such a complicated terrain and dark environments, it was naturally the best condition for her. The 190 members of the White Armor Army had scattered around in town, and their assault had just gone on for a short while when 30 of their members were disposed of. This forced them to gather again to proceed as a troop. As they reformed, their speed naturally slowed, but their defense became tighter, making it hard for anyone to launch sneak attacks. Behind, there were another 1,000 Manchurian elite soldiers ready to blitz right through. Zhong led his guards to withdraw temporarily, conceding some posts to the Manchu Empire. There were too many enemy soldiers. If they were to be trapped, as strong as they were, Zhong and his team would definitely die. It's time. They can all go to hell. Zhong eyed the soldiers from afar, his gaze turning cold as he pressed the remote control in his hands. Hong! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out one after another, as the entire devastated region blew up. Within those explosions, the 1,000-strong Manchu elite forces, as well as the 160 white armor soldiers, were either killed instantly or heavily injured. Their wails and screams rang out as the ground was littered with corpses and dismembered body parts. Shimin Lai wanted to establish the Great Han Alliance, and there were plenty of explosives and remote-controlled bombs in his arsenal. He even had talents with the ability to construct bombs in his ranks. While the experts in the Radiant Sun Triad might not compare with the rest, it was still precisely because of their explosives that they carved out a territory for themselves. Every single faction had something they could boast about in the Central Plains. Some had powerful leaders, some had numerous experts, while others relied on a certain strength of their own. Zhong brought them all together under the banner of the Han Alliance and forced them to a corner, pushing them to unleash their hidden trump cards and strength. From afar, Xianzhen saw the earth-shaking explosion in Tianmu town, and a bad feeling rose up in heart. A scout came up to him and kneeled. "My liege, Zhao Yongdong and his team had died, while 500 of his 1,000-strong army had died, 200 heavily injured. Ji1 and the rest are dead as well." When Xianzhen heard this, he immediately screamed out in fury and despair. "Damnable Zhong! Bastard! This emperor will certainly kill you. I will make sure your death doesn't come easy." Having lost his 1,000-strong 8 banners army, Xianzhen truly felt the pinch. These were not some random survivors that had trained to become soldiers. Rather, they had been elite soldiers that had fought along his side ever since he started his conquest. They might not be comparable to the Gold Wolf Riders, but they were still renowned in the Central Plains. With their deaths, Xianzhen felt like throwing up blood. Xianzhen roared out in fury, "Kill! Kill! Kill! This emperor will go out to kill those motherfucking Han dogs." Xianzhen had been an ordinary farmer prior to the apocalypse, but this Manchu empire was carved out painstakingly by him. After he had become emperor, his skills and level had stagnated a little, being weaker than Quan Shang, but he was still one of the top few evolvers. "No, my liege, you cannot be rash. Be appeased, my liege. Be appeased. Those Han dogs are just ants. Our army will definitely win. Your precious body cannot be harmed. Be appeased, my liege." A number of the officials got down on their knees and began begging. The Manchu Empire was also an authoritarian state. Hence, Xianzhen held a high position in their minds. If he were to die, the entire country would be plunged into chaos. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the rule in the Central Plains. If the Manchu Empire was to really crumble, the various factions would gobble them up without leaving anything. For the prosperity of the country and their own sake, they would definitely not wish for Xianzhen to be in jeopardy. One of the officials suggested, My liege, it's been a long day. The soldiers are exhausted. Why don't we withdraw the troops for today and resume battle tomorrow? Zhen looked at the sky, noting that the sun had already set. There was not much daylight left, and the Manchu forces were adept at battles out on the fields, not in city breaches. Zhen pondered before giving the order reluctantly. Withdraw. With that order, the Manchu troops that had been subjected to the numerous deaths and casualties quickly pulled out. They were still elite soldiers. After all, even with the withdrawal, they didn't collapse. The Han forces had similarly lost a lot of comrades, and many are heavily injured. Most of them were exhausted and had no energy left to chase after the retreating Manchu forces. Some even directly laid on the ground to sleep right after the Manchu forces withdrew. After Zhen obtained the results of the battle, he had been upset. Having activated 4,000 troops to march on Tianmu town, they had actually lost 1,900 with 500 heavy casualties. Only the remaining 1,000 were fine. They had lost 6 out of 8 tanks, 18 of their IFVs, and 20 gun-mounted vehicles. All 3 white armor forces had been wiped out. This was truly one of the most devastating losses that had struck the Manchu Empire. In addition, over 1,000 8-banner soldiers lost to the Gold Wolf Riders, cutting the Manchu force by half. On the other side, Zhong's forces had huge losses as well. Of the 6 big triads, the leaders of the Pink Triad, Heavenly Wolf Sect, and Golden Wolf Triad had died, and their experts were wiped out. Of the 430 Han independent heroes, 260 had died, and the rest were in various states of injuries. As for the 7,000 survivors, 800 had died to the blasts and gunfire. Most of the defensive measures of Tianmu town had been expended, their bombs utilized, and their landmines together with the traps are fully set off. Even their remote-controlled bombs have been fully spent, and the soldiers were all exhausted to the point of collapsing. The entire Tianmu town was in shambles, and all the warriors were tired. They had held on forcefully through willpower, as the pressure by the Manchu forces had been too much. Zhong led the remaining 8 guards to walk amongst the people, consoling the broken and encouraging the hopeless. When Zhong appeared, most of these soldiers were all excited. His performance had amazed them, killing over 200 soldiers, destroying 6 tanks, and he had even been fighting at the front lines the whole time. He led his guards to provide assistance everywhere they could, repelling many of the Manchu elites. If it weren't for Zhong, Tianmu town would have long fallen. Zhong ordered Shimenlai to pick out another 2,000 able-bodied people to be drafted into various units. He even provided guns and sabers to equip these temporary fighters. These survivors were mainly a motley bunch. If it were a clash on the battlefield, they would easily be killed. However, in the current state of Tianmu town, it was still possible for them to do battle. Of course, this was discounting skill level. By the time everything was done and night had fallen, Zhong ordered for food to be distributed to all the soldiers. The soldiers dug in with gusto, eating their buns and drinking a little hot wine. It would likely be their last meal anyway. Tian, he came up to Zhong and asked with concern, "Alliance Chief, what do we do now? If they continue tomorrow, we might not be able to hold on." Although Tianmu town now had an additional force of 2,000 soldiers, they were not versed in their weapons, and it was impossible to expect them to fare well against experienced soldiers. The Manchu forces had about 4,000 even after their heavy losses. If they truly hardened their hearts to go all out, Tianmu town was unlikely to remain standing. After such a tough battle, Tian and the rest of the prideful experts had no choice but to admit that Zhong was truly strong and had come to obey his commands wholeheartedly. Zhong's gaze flashed with a solemn light. "I know. Tonight will be the crux. If we want to protect Tianmu town, it will depend on tonight's outcome." Tian faltered. "Night raid? We have too many clowns, and it's not suitable for an extended battle. Chief, isn't it too risky?" Zhong sat down and closed his eyes. "Rest well and recover. Forget it. At most, I'll just sacrifice this life of mine. In any case, I've killed my fair share today." after which Pai Jian he also sat down directly. The rest of the 7 also sat down to regain their stamina. They were all exhausted after having to run about everywhere to kill their enemies. Even if they were top evolvers, their expenditure of their spirit and stamina was not low as well. Chapter 619, Assassinating Xianzhen. Chapter 619, Assassinating Xianzhen. As night fell, under the cover of the darkness, Zhong, his 8 guards, Tenpi Osaka, Zhao, Jing Lei, and a few others crept out of Tianmu town. This was the remaining elite forces that could be activated. The other experts of the remaining 3 triads were too exhausted and needed to rest. There was only the peak-level experts of the guards, as well as Zhao Jing Lei, who could still put up a fight. Leader, in the dark, by Shuang leading 80 elites, appeared in front of Zhong. So he still had some reinforcements. Seeing the appearance of Bai Shuang and the rest, Pai Jian and the other guards were all shocked, and a sense of excitement welled up in their hearts. Now that the situation was dire, having extra strength was always better. Zhong nodded lightly and led his men towards the camp of the Manchu Empire forces. The campsite had thick steel wires set up around it, as well as countless sharp wooden fences around it. Outside of the fence, there were sharp roadblocks as well as deep trenches behind the fences. At every major entrance, there were machine guns and defense points ready to engage in any potential enemy. There were countless sentries all around the camp as well, including a number of large lights sweeping the external areas. Being one of the largest factions of the Central Plains, it was a given that their defense would be tight, unlike those miserable smaller factions that lacked proper fortifications. Zhong ordered, "The whole lot of you wait here. Tenpi Osaka, come with me." Amongst the evolvers present, only Zhong and Tenpi Osaka were extremely well-versed in stealth, night combat, and assassination. The rest of his elites might be strong enough to deal with all of the guards of the camp, but it would definitely alarm the other experts of the Manchu Empire. Tenpi Osaka nodded expressionlessly and activated her second-order stealth, disappearing into the night. Zhong followed suit and disappeared as well. The Alliance Chief truly has many tricks up his sleeves. Pai Jian thought silently as he watched Zhong fade away. During the day, Zhong had used his electromagnetic gun to take down numerous enemies, and his prowess had left deep impressions amongst all those present. Now, during the night, he even had the ability to engage in assassinations. Such an expert was rare to Pai Jian. Zhong evaded all the searchlights, making use of the darkness to sneak into the camp noiselessly. With the cover of his second-order stealth, there was absolutely no way for the sentries to discover his presence. That should be the lodgings of an important person. I should kill him. Zhong wasn't too sure of the layout of the camp and had to fumble around. Hence, he chose the most eye-catching tent and made his way there. Outside the golden tent, there were 8 guards stationed, and they held rifles as they radiated an imposing aura. No one would be able to escape their watchful gaze. Zhong instantly activated his art of fear, as a strong spiritual blast enveloped the 8 guards. Their vision turned black. Zhong made use of the window to rush into the tent. The moment he entered, he disengaged the art of fear, and the 8 guards regained their senses. Due to short instant, they weren't affected too badly, but they weren't sure what had happened either. Inside the lavish tent, there were luxurious Turkish rugs on the ground, and beautiful crystal lamps are hanging around. On a small podium, there was a redwood table with a large and imposing emperor's seat. 2 bookcases were right beside the seat, filled with countless books. Zhong had just entered the tent when he heard a number of hurried footsteps. His heart skipping a beat as he dashed behind one of the bookcases and casted his second-order stealth again. Curtains were pushed to the side as Xianzhen walked in from another part of the tent. The other 3 were precisely Ao-Do of the White Armor Troops, Duoma, who led the Armored Battalion, as well as Bao Tai, who led the 8 Banners Army. Ao-Do and the other 3 were the trusted aides of Xianzhen and were the main pillars of the Manchu Empire. They were faithfully loyal to Xianzhen. Xianzhen sat on the emperor's seat and looked to Duo Ma as he asked, Duo Ma, how confident are you in taking down Tianmu Town? Tianmu Town's current fighting force was enough to alarm Xianzhen, and he was worried about the outcome of the battle the next day. Should they fail, they would truly become a laughingstock of the Central Plains and worse. They would lose much of their forces. At the same time, it would cause Tianmu Town's prestige to rise, and if they don't manage to wipe the Han Alliance out, there would be many more who might join in the future. Duo Ma answered with confidence, My liege, rest assured, Tianmu Town is at the end of its ropes. Your subordinate dares to guarantee that the current actual force may not even number more than 300. Even if they equip the survivors with weapons, they're a bunch of ordinary people and aren't cause for concern. Tomorrow noon, I will make sure to crush their resistance and present Tianmu Town as a gift for you, my liege. Duo Ma was confident of his words based on the intel he had obtained from his subordinates and made a judgment on the current state of Tianmu Town. Duo Ma looked at Do Ao, his gaze unfriendly. The only variable I'm concerned about is Zhong. His strength is unfathomable. If he brought experts to defend, we might pay a heavy price. Today, if the White Armor Army had taken down Zhong, we could have already conquered Tianmu Town. As the captain of the White Armor Troops, Ao Do, is there anything you want to say? Duo Ma and Ao Do were both subjects of Xianzhen, but they had friction between the both of them. Every time there was a chance, they would not hesitate to poke at each other. Ao Do glared coldly at Duo Ma. Tomorrow, I'll bring all my soldiers to deal with Zhong. Even if we can't kill him, we will draw him away from Tianmu Town. Ao Do had seen the insane speed Zhong was capable of. As compared to most other evolvers, he knew there was no way they could hold him down. However, with the strength of the White Armor forces, it shouldn't be too much to force Zhong away from Tianmu Town. As Ao Do and Duo Ma were starting to argue, Zhong, who had been hiding behind the bookshelf, activated his shadow steps. He burst out with a speed 30 times that of a normal person, and in addition to the accelerate skill, with his Type 5 Treasure Wind Speed boots, his entire person was like a shooting star that shoots at Xianzhen. As long as he could take him down, the entire Manchu Empire was sure to collapse. Zhong suddenly burst out, and no one in the tent was even prepared for something like this. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast, and in that instant, Zhong's blade had already sliced down at Xianzhen's neck. Xianzhen's eyes flashed with shock, but he didn't even have the chance to react. Just as Zhong's blade was sure to decapitate Xianzhen's head, a bright bronze light radiated around Xianzhen's neck, turning into a shield that protects him. Zhong's crocodile tooth saw blade landed on the bronze shield, his 12 times strength bursting out. However, all it did was to cause a loud ding, and the bronze shield did not budge. Truly the head of an empire with such a life-saving treasure. Killing him is not going to be simple. Zhong thought to himself. Stop. Ao Do was extremely alarmed and furious. He hurriedly shot forward and activated his gravity manipulation ability. Zhong immediately felt a 4 times gravitational force weighing down on him. It felt like he was suddenly carrying a large boulder on his back, making it hard for him to maintain his speed. If it wasn't for his 12 times strength, he might have already been forced to the ground from that gravity. Assassin, protect the king. Protect the king. Duo Ma pulled out his handgun and fired a few shots at Zhong as he screamed out loud. Go to hell. Bao Tai roared out in fury, his body suddenly turning large. His clothes ripped apart, and he became a werbear, his height over 3 m and his body covered in powerful furs. His ability was to transform into a werbear, and with a speed of 12 times that of a person, he pounced towards Zhong. You can leave your head behind for this emperor. Xianzhen had also recovered, and he shot forwards like an arrow, his right hand carrying a powerful bronze-colored douqi, his fist whistling with a terrifying speed. Douqi, this fellow is indeed tough. Yu Zhong was taken aback and immediately pushed the dark dou qi within him. Instantly, the gloomy aura covered his entire body, relieving the effects of the gravitational force on him by over 2 times. He also swung out with a fist at Mach speed to meet Xianzhen's fist. The two heads of their respective factions could be considered the peak experts of the current apocalyptic world, and their fists were about to clash. Following a loud, terrifying sonic boom, Yu Zhong was sent soaring through the air, crashing into the crystal lamps hanging from the roof. The lamps shattered, and he flew out of the tent. Yu Zhong felt his organs jolted, his breath caught in his chest, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not yet enhanced his dark dou qi, and could not compare to the thrice-enhanced bronze dou qi of Xianzhen. If it wasn't for his high endurance, he would have been pulverized. Yu Zhong immediately sent out 2 powerful flaming tornadoes right at the tent, engulfing the people inside. When he set fire to the gold tent, he activated his shadow steps and rushed about in the camp, setting fire everywhere while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Emperor Xianzhen is dead! Emperor Xianzhen is dead! Everyone, hurry, flee! Emperor Xianzhen is dead!" Chapter 620, Burning Camp. Chapter 620, Burning Camp. Flames arose from various parts of the Manchurian camp. Soldiers were burnt to crisp amidst their pitiful wails and screams. A number of soldiers managed to escape and were running amok in the camp. When the soldiers heard Yu Zhong shout and saw the huge flames consuming the large gold tent, they were all shocked out of their wits, and the camp was plunged into chaos. Many fled in different directions. "Do it!" Bai Shang heard the commotion and the shouts of Yu Zhong, and his eyes flashed with a cold light as he led the elites under him towards the camp. The various snipers within the elite team pulled out their weapons and began sniping the Manchurian soldiers. Pung! Pung! Following the sounds of gunfire, a number of sentries had their heads blasted into bits and pieces. Bai Shang charged towards the camp with a speed, not losing out to lightning. The blades in his hands swiftly sliced through the various defenses and made his way in. At this time, the entire Manchurian camp was burning and the soldiers were panicking. They were easily dispatched by Shang and his team. Xianzhen leaped out of the burning tent into the skies with a huge amount of bronze-greenish dou qi as he roared, "This emperor is right here. This emperor is not dead." The earth shook as a large earth pillar shot towards the skies. After raising about 10 meters, it opened up to reveal Ao Do and Bao Tao within. Ao Do shouted loudly, "We're fine. Everyone, heed my command. Don't panic. Regroup and get in your formations." Under Xianzhen and Ao Do's enraged shouts, the entire Manchurian camp heard their words. However, it was burning badly everywhere. All the soldiers were still panicking, and no one could remain calm. Hong! Hong! Yu Zhong's devil flame managed to consume a particular storage that housed ammunition and explosives, causing it to instantly blow up. Xianzhen watched with horror and screamed out in fury, "Damn bastard! Damn bastard! Yu Zhong, I want your corpse to be dismembered. I will definitely tear you apart." Those explosives and ammunition were the precious resources of Xianzhen. As the army was backward, they could only manually reload those spent bullets and scrap together a few new ones. These supplies were purely from the past, and the storage itself housed over 70% of the Manchurian supplies. Now that Yu Zhong had destroyed them, his howitzers were basically useless. After he roared out with fury, he began chasing after Yu Zhong together with Ao Do and Bao Tai. A number of white armor experts swiftly flocked around Xianzhen and his team, forming a fearsome squad. Yu Zhong did not seem to care about Xianzhen as he kept on firing his devil flame everywhere, burning through the supplies. Each time he come across a soldier, he would just slaughter the unfortunate soldier instantly. The entire Manchurian camp had been turned upside down because of him. One white armor soldier was giving chase when suddenly a blade noiselessly sliced through his heart from a dark corner. The soldier heaved his last breath and fell down in silence while the blade disappeared. Tenpyo Saka watched the fallen white armor soldier silently vanishing into the night to search for a worthy prey. She loved to assassinate powerful experts. Each time she killed one, there was a sense of achievement and superiority. Xianzhen and the rest continued to give chase to Yuzhong. Although they were beyond being enraged, they were basically helpless. Ao Do immediately proposed, "My liege, this cannot go on. If we continue to chase him, we'll only be led around by the nose. I feel that we should focus on settling the camp down and regroup the soldiers to deal with the invaders." Xianzhen seemed to snap out of his blind rage and gritted his teeth to say, "Fine." Once they had collected themselves, they swiftly began to reorganize their troops. There were many elite soldiers in this campsite, and although many had been slain under the sudden attacks of Yuzhong by Shuang and his team, the rest managed to be gathered by their commanders and reformed their squads to launch a counterattack. Under Xianzhen's orders, these squads formed into a large battalion. The moment these elites were gathered by Shuang and the rest would not stand a chance. "Disperse." Shuang judged the battlefield and gave the order to retreat. If they forced their way through, there was a chance to kill another 500 soldiers with his team. However, his own team would have to pay a hefty price. Therefore, he chose to retreat. Under Shuang's orders, all those elites who had been following Yuzhong hurried away from the camp. They were the strongest in sudden attacks, night raids, and assassinations. Forcefully battling out was not something they could or should do. Compared to the zombies with lack of intelligence, 1,000 soldiers were still more than a feat for 100 evolvers. The moment the Manchurian forces regrouped, they went to defend the granary. Should the granary be destroyed, then their hopes would be dashed as well. They wouldn't even have enough for the journey back. The Manchurian troops guarded the granary tightly, with numerous white armor soldiers stationed everywhere. Even Ao Do, Xianzhen, and Baoertai were standing guard in case Yuzhong came. "Do you think that I'll be helpless like that?" Yuzhong stared at the granary and chuckled coldly, pulling out his Falcon 2 sniper and aimed at one of the white armor soldiers. A bright flash of light shot out, and the unfortunate soldier was blasted into pieces by the cannon round of the Falcon sniper. His body parts splattered across the ground. Seeing that, all the soldiers were frightened and quickly dove for cover, not daring to show their heads. With a thought, Yuzhong summoned the Type 2 green Jiao python, opened its huge mouth, and then he fired poisonous gas at the entire camp. Help! Save me! I don't want to die! Help!" The poisonous mist of the green Jiao python was even able to turn the rocket launchers and firearms into smoking puddles of liquid. The moment it landed on those soldiers, they began to dissolve, their eyes blinded and their bodies twisting and writhing. Their pitiful screams echoed throughout the night as their flesh dripped off their bodies. Ao Do glared at the Type 2 green Jiao python, spitting poison nonstop, and he hollered with a furious look in his eyes, "Damn beast! You dare summon a Type 2 poison-type mutant beast! White armor troops, kill that beast!" 6 white armor elites with the enhanced bullet abilities immediately risked their lives to stand out and began firing at the Type 2 green Jiao python. 6 flashes of lights blasted the body of the Type 2 green Jiao python, resulting in 6 large holes as countless nodes of light dispersed from its body. Having suffered heavy injuries, the Type 2 green Jiao python writhed in agony and shrieked. Although it was just a summoned spirit beast, it can also feel pain when injured. The Type 2 green Jiao python twisted about before turning into light, disappearing from its position. The corners of Yuzhong's lips lifted and a cold look flashed in his eyes as he whisked out his electromagnetic gun and fired at the soldiers who had stood out. A beam of light shot through the white armor soldier, his body blasted apart. Before the rest could even react in time, another shot from the gun had already claimed the life of another white armor soldier. The remaining 4 soldiers quickly dove behind cover again to avoid being hunted. Zhong then disappeared from his location, quickly moving toward another spot after killing those 2 white armor soldiers. Fuck! Do watched helplessly as Zhong took out 2 of his troops, which had the enhanced bullets ability, and cursed furiously. The skill enhanced bullets was a rare level 3 ability. At the same time, it required the usage of a strong gun. Therefore, hunting strange beasts and zombies might not necessarily be easier for the users to level up as compared to those who used the melee weapons of the God and Devil system. Each and every one of those enhancers with the enhanced bullet ability was treated carefully, and in the entire Manchurian Empire forces, there were only 6 of them who had enhanced the skill thrice. Now, they had lost 2, which caused Do to feel the pang of the loss. Zhong had killed those 2 enhanced bullets experts and was now using his second-order stealth to hide in the dark, lying in wait. His eyes were fixed on the granary like a hungry tiger. While the experts of the Manchu Empire were still there, he would not risk it to blitz into it. In the dark of the night, the experts of the Manchu Empire did not dare shut their eyes, maintaining their high alert. All of a sudden, a loud commotion with gunshots happened from a particular corner, attracting the attention of all the experts. By the time the white armor soldiers got there were 5 additional corpses. When the white armor soldiers were drawn to that location, at another dark corner, 3 sharp bone spikes suddenly shot out from behind a huge boulder, nailing the soldiers to the ground. When the elites turned their heads, White Bones had already retracted its bone spikes, leaping behind another huge boulder about 200 m away, crawling on the ground like a predator. It disappeared in a few breaths. Zhong, White Bones, and Tenpyo Sako were all adept at assassinating in the night without care for their faces. Every time they acted out, 2 or 3 would be killed, and the pressure on the Manchu elites was mounting. In the end, Do could not help but deploy the troops to tighten their perimeters, with the experts at the forefront. Zhong and his team was forced to retract their weapons temporarily. Early the next morning, many of the soldiers were already beyond exhaustion. They had been on the move since early the previous day, engaging the Gold Wolf Riders in a large-scale battle before entangling with the Hans in Tianmu town. They couldn't even get a decent night's rest due to Zhong's pressure on them. Under such circumstances, they were already on the brink of collapse. Xianzhen's eyes were bloodshot as he asked Do, who had come forward to report, "How is it?" Do's face was solemn. "We had lost 653 men last night, with 1,200 escaping. Right now, we only have about 2,800 soldiers remaining. With the ammunition storage destroyed, our howitzers can only fire another single volley." When Xianzhen heard that, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. My liege! My liege!" The officials surrounding him quickly stepped forwards to support him. Xianzhen wiped the blood off his mouth and spoke with difficulty. "Retreat. Convey my orders. We will withdraw immediately to the capital." One general was shocked, and he immediately asked, "Why?" "My liege, Tianmu town is at its wit's end. As long as we go at it with all our might, we will be able to take them down." Xianzhen's eyes flashed with clarity as he spoke each word slowly. "Last night, it was a team of 100 elites that had ambushed us. We might have the numbers now, but we are all tired. We can't even bring forth half of our strength. Even if we did conquer Tianmu town, we would have suffered greatly ourselves. That would leave us open for the Gold Wolf Riders and the Mongol King. We need to preserve our strength for now." As the head of a faction, Xianzhen knew how to weigh the pros and cons. His troops were already pushed to their limits and were tired. Right now, it was imperative that they head back to their capital. Following Xianzhen's orders, the Manchu Empire forces began to withdraw. They had arrived in arrogance and held the advantage, besting the Gold Wolf Riders of the Huangjing clan. Yet now, they were forced to retreat in pathetic circumstances, with less than half their forces. Seeing the Manchu forces withdrawing, Zhong also heaved a sigh of relief. He had employed a number of tactics throughout the night, killing and assassinating them, and it spent much of his stamina and spirit as well. He was likewise exhausted. If the Manchu Empire had insisted on attacking Tianmu town, he would have no choice but to fight it out with them, without any confidence of victory. Their retreat was the best option for both themselves and Zhong. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.